Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see everyone stopping by already. I hope you guys are excited for the new year. I hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful New Year celebration. I hope you guys were able to enjoy the times with your friends and your family. I had a pretty good night last night. I found it hard to get out of bed. I had a little bit of trouble getting out of bed today. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wake up I'm gonna get out of bed at least 3 hours before the stream to prepare for this. I'm gonna make all the assets that I need. Everything's gonna be good. And then I got out about an hour and a half before the stream, but I got everything done. Welcome. Good to see you here, Action Production. Good to see you here, Reyna. Good to see you here, Kuro, and good to see you here, Magic. I hope you guys are having a good one. So today, my sticks. I know, right? Also, where's my chat box? Oh, there it is. I'm using the same sources I'm using for the Teruteru stream. Thaumologist, welcome. Happy New Year. Congrats on finishing everything ahead of time. Yeah, right? We managed to get things through. And welcome, Thaumologist. Glad to see you stopping by. So, it really do be about Drive. Yeah, it really does. It's already the 2nd of January. Yeah, it is, because right now it's 1:59 p.m. here, so that's already Sunday for you. But what I want to do today. So on Twitter, if you follow me on Twitter, you might know that I asked some people if they wanted some New Year's tarot readings. So, I forgot to make the redeem. Let me do that right now, real quick. Let me make the redeem so that other people can ask without having to spend an unknown amount of points. Let me add that redeem real quick. But I want to do readings for people. I wanted to do tarot readings for the new year. This was something that I wanted to do. It's one of the things that I wanted to do since starting. I thought it was really cool when I saw Mio from HoloLive do this for all her fellow HoloLive members. But like the idea of like a New Year's tarot reading is just it's really neat, you know? I do a lot of tarot readings, so being able to do something like this for everyone else seems really nice. So let me add a custom reward. New Year's fortune. And we're gonna make that cost 10 points. Get a reading for the new year. And you don't have to enter text. Everyone can redeem it once. Per user, per stream. There we go. And that should be good. I'm also going to disable the other ones. Disable fortune reading small, disable medium, disable long. And there we go. Good. Now it works. We have about 10 readings to go through. A couple people on Twitter said that they wanted some readings. So we'll go through those first, and then we'll get to everyone else if anyone else wants to redeem a reading. So, let's take a look. Let's see. Let's see how everyone's fortunes will be looking for this year. So let's go to the right scene, New Year's. And the first person we're going to be doing a reading for is everyone's favorite void spawn, Shady. So let me just shuffle this. Those of you guys who don't know Shady, he is one hell of a gamer. He plays like a lot of really hard games, really challenging, like high-paced shooters, boomer shooters, action games, you name it. He's probably crazy at it. So let's see how Shady's year is gonna go. Let me just shuffle my cards around, and let's see. The nice thing about people just requesting is they don't have to stop by if they, like, you know, time zones and things are... There's something, like, that makes things, catching, like, these kinds of things hard, which is why I wanted to, like, ask people to request, like, before the streams, because, like, you know, if you want one but you can't make it to the stream, the VOD will always be up, right? Actually, let me hit start recording, because I've had more than one incident where the stream didn't record, and I just couldn't find the actual file, so... Let's not have this get lost to the void. Shady is very cute, and Shady is also a complete gamer. Use a stat booster. What stat am I boosting here? I'll keep it in mind for the next time I play Fire Emblem. But the way this fortune reading goes, I think is a little interesting because... Wait. Let me reshuffle that. I put it in the wrong way. Use water on Elliot for that +1 hydration. I think it's really interesting how these this kind of fortune reading goes, because I was watching some of the VODs of Mio doing her fortune telling, and a lot of times, tarot readings usually go from like the small picture to the big picture, but the way this reading works is that we get the overall image first, and then we analyze the situation that's surrounding it. So the first card we actually flip over is the overall, and then we sort of look at the different facets of how the year is going to go, and then it ends with the advice. So I think it's a pretty interesting way to like sort out the cards. And welcome, Nix. Welcome. Glad to see you stopping by. And yep, I'll add you to the list, Kuro. There we go. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are 7 card spreads. These readings are probably going to be a lot faster than the 10 card reading because, again, just 3 cards makes a whole lot of difference, and these are more isolated, right? Right, it's the same logic as the tarot reading that I did on my debut. And with the Celtic Cross that I usually do, it's usually synthesizing everything into a final outcome. But here we start with the outcome and then sort of just analyze a bunch of different situations surrounding that outcome. So it's going to be probably a little faster than the usual tarot readings you get that are the long ones. So we'll start with the overall. What is Shady's fortune looking like? Okay, all right. And let me just make sure I have all the cards here. Where did I put this? All right. Am I on the right? Yeah, here we are. So, the overall fortune, and I'll add you to the list, Thaumologist. The overall fortune, we have the upright King of Cups for Shady. Just sliding into the end of the queue there. Right. Thaumologist. So the King of Cups is a card that usually represents some kind of figure. Usually, I think, in the sense of the overall, I think this represents Shady himself. I think this is a pretty solid fortune. I think that this means a very solid luck. Probably, I would say, leaning towards good luck for this fortune here. A card representing sort of a lot of creative output. The cups in general, especially the court cards, have a lot of bearing a lot of representation in that sort of mental and emotional health. So I think that the King of Cups represents more good things to come for Shady, a more good luck for him. I would say that this probably stands somewhere between like good to great luck. In the sense of collaboration, in the sense of working with others, you can see card number 2 represents not that. I unhid it before I actually changed the card. The Ten of Pentacles. So the Ten of Pentacles is a card that sort of, you can see here, shows like a sort of family gathering. You can see it's a family that has a lot. The 10 cards typically represent sort of the end of a journey. You know, the cards, the suit cards are usually like 1 from 10, and you have the court cards. But the 10s typically represent some kind of an ending to a story. So with this, the way I see the collaborations for Shady going is that, welcome Teru, welcome. Glad to see you stopping by. I see that collaborations for Shady seem to be one more positive, right? Shady's a very personable person, so I see this as a card representing that it's something that will be more positive for him in the future, you know? Something that he's not going to have to be like picky with his collabs. He's not going to have to be like super like some people have to be like wary. I think this is telling me that a lot of the times Shady will just be a good fit for who he works with. I think he won't have any trouble like with the collabs that he decides to push with the people he decides to work with. I don't think that it's going to be anything like he's not gonna have to like worry really about like much there is what I'm getting at here. That it's a very positive outlook here with the Ten of Pentacles representing just a sort of like gathering of people, a sort of unity. So that's what we're getting here. Career now for work, whether it be by streaming or whether it be by his actual work, we have, again, I keep on doing this, it's not the tower. I keep on hitting unhide before I hit actually changing the card. It is the Emperor. So what the Emperor tells me for the work that Shady has to focus on, for his streaming, for his own job, I see the Emperor representing this idea that there's someone in charge of what he's doing, which leans me towards more like the work he does outside, but it could also represent him taking control of his own stream. But I see this more as like there's some kind of figure standing above Shady, watching over him, right? Making sure that he's doing what he's got to do. So that's sort of how I see the career here, that there's going to be eyes on him, right? There's going to be eyes on Shady, and I think he's going to need to focus on what he needs to focus on and make sure that he's doing his work well, he's doing his job well, in order to like sort of keep on a good path, you know? That in order to keep pushing forward, I think he's going to need to focus. There's going to be someone that he's going to be working for, someone who he needs to be able to essentially impress or make happy. That the Emperor is representing that there is a goal, there is a person that he has to work for. So that's what I see for his work. That's not all just fun and games. There is stuff that he needs to do. There is someone that he needs to do work for, essentially. And then we get health. The card for health represented with we have, if I could find it, the Queen of Pentacles. We have the Queen of Pentacles here representing the health card. So the way I see this, again, in the health position here, using the Queen of Pentacles, the court cards always represent like a person, but they also represent like, they always represent like the pinnacle of that suit. It's not like getting the ace, but it's still a very important card. The Queen of Pentacles usually represents a more motherly figure, and again, Pentacles usually refers to things like monetary value, material value. The way I see this is that, you know, his health doesn't seem like it's going to be in a bad place here. The fortune here doesn't seem like it looks negative with the Queen of Pentacles. I think that he might have people like watching over him, taking care of him, and just people looking out for him, you know? If you're not feeling well, I think it's important to pay heed to those who are watching out for you. That's what I get here, that I think that if things do go south for you, Shady, that I would pay attention to the people who are looking out for you. I would pay attention and take the advice of people who want the best for you, you know? And because, you know, there are some people who like, they'll get advice for people on their health and they'll just not pay attention to it, you know? They'll do their own thing. But what I feel here, what I'm getting here is that I see that good health lies ahead, but when things get rough, to not ignore the words of people who want to help you out. That's what I'm getting here. Now, when it comes to money, when it comes to fortune, we get the Five of Pentacles. And the Five of Pentacles is a card that's a little bit more, you know, you can see what's happening here. It's two people struggling. They're just like walking in the snow. You can see the stained glass out there. So you want to make sure that with your money that you're being conscious of it, right? That if there are times where things seem like things are going to be tight, you don't want to be risky with that, right? You want to make sure that you are being responsible. You don't want to be like overspending or anything. That's just a general life tip. But like here, it seems to be like a foreboding warning that things are possible to go south if you're not careful. And that takes us to the gambling. And the way I interpret gambling isn't just like gambling with like gacha games or money and stuff, but also just risk taking in general, you know, stepping out of your comfort zone, doing things that you might not be comfortable with. So the way I want to look at this one, that's not the right one. Yeah, we're using the old model. I feel like if I'm going to do something like this, I feel like we should go back to the scholar look, the more scholarly look as opposed to the idle look. Yeah, taking decisions and hoping for the best outcomes, exactly. But what we have here, right? The card that we have representing the gambling portion is Death in Reverse. And also, Andy, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Glad to see you could stop by. We have Death in Reverse here, and Death, as we know, you play a lot of Persona, Shady, so I'm sure you know that they talk about the Death card representing a very major change, right? A very huge change. It doesn't represent death necessarily, but it represents the idea that a big shift in the paradigm is coming up. And the way I see Death in reverse here is that it represents more stagnation, a worry that the idea that with your risks, you might not be as, and of course I'll add you to the list, Teruteru, that you might be a little bit afraid to take risks, that you feel a little bit more reserved in that way, that you don't really want to change how it is that you're doing. Maybe if you were already someone who takes a couple of risks, that you're going to keep on going that way. But it seems like you're set in your ways, that you don't plan on making any big changes there. And that's not necessarily a problem. Sometimes if you think something's working out for you, that you want to keep on doing it the same way. So I feel like looking at that in turn with the money card might mean that maybe you want to think about the risks you take, maybe you take more or less risks depending on how you are as a person and how you sort of approach that stuff. And the last card that we have here is the advice card. Ah, okay. We have properties. The last card that we have is the Ten of Cups. So it's a pretty positive fortune overall. I think what this means, right? I think it's always the advice here, what the cards are telling me, is that you want to just look to the future, There's obviously warning signs of caution with the Five of Pentacles, especially. This card here, let me get my pointer out. This card especially is like a big warning sign to me, along with death. But when we see how your personal relationships are going to be going, it seems like there's a lot of happiness leading there, a lot of collaboration with others, a lot of being comfortable with the people that you're around. But I think the advice is to work together with others, and maybe by collaboration, by working with others, it'll help put you in a better place than just where these money cards are lying, this money and gambling card. I think just working together, I think cherishing the people that you're with, cherishing your bros. I know you're all about your bros, Shady, but that's sort of what I get here. That there's going to be a lot of cause for celebration, and that's going to be an important thing in keeping you going through this year. The overall fortune looks pretty solid. I think there's just a little bit of a bump here, a little bit of a warning sign. Just make sure that you're not too careless when it comes to gambling, I think is what I'm getting at here. But that is Shady's fortune. The next person on the list we have is... They're not a VTuber, but they are someone who I see in a lot of chats. They are your local farm animal. Let me get their profile picture in. I have a system set up here. It is a strange system, but it works. So let's save this, and then let's save the notepad, and we're gonna read for... That is too many people's names. That's spoiling the list. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's because I added more names to the list. That's why. All right, we're gonna read for Pig now. Hi there. Oh, Sovereign, welcome. Happy New Year to you as well, and welcome, Sora. Glad to see you stopping by. So, let's go back to the start again, and let's read Pig's. He said he only wanted me to read his fortune, only if I was wearing Mio cosplay. I forgot to get a PNG of Mio's New Year's outfit to paste over myself for this reading, but you're getting the reading anyway, Pig, whether you like it or not. Thank you for reminding me to take a sip after every reading, Nix. Hopefully we should be able to get through all of the readings today. We currently have, I think, 15 names on the list. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 names, yeah. We should be able to. Should be like a 2-hour stream. A solid 2-hour stream. Even if this goes to 3 hours, depending on how many more people reclaim the reading, it's fine. I've done longer streams. So this should be fine. Thank you for the head pats. Let's shuffle up this deck. I can never tell whether I'm holding it upside down or right side up, but the way I shuffle it, it doesn't matter. Either way is going to be right side up and upside down. Take a break. It does take effort, so idle break if it gets tiring. I will. Or if I actually just need to take an idle break. You'll sleep soon. All right. Yeah, I know it's already like 2 a.m. over there, Kuro, and you're at the bottom of the list, so you can just check the VOD. The VOD will be up here, and if for some reason it doesn't save, I'll make sure to upload it to YouTube as soon as possible. I don't think it'll be a problem, but just in case. And thank you. I hope you rest well, Kuro. Alright, and Solva, Blioa, I'll add you to the list. I'm just shuffling. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty notable. I do feel like I have a good amount of viewers who are in, like, the other side of the world. But, yeah, it is what it is. So let me just shuffle this a little bit more, and then I'll add Solva to the list, and then we'll read Pig's fortune. Alright, wait. There we go, another bridge. And one more cut of the deck. Alright. We'll put Solva. And let's see now. So we have the overall, collaboration, career, health, money, gambling, and advice. And for those the people who I don't know if they're streamers or not, I'm basically going to be reading this as just a sort of New Year's fortune. Obviously, things like collaboration will be focused on how they interact with other people, and career would be focused on their work as opposed to, like, their streaming. It still fits for other people, but I know this tarot reading format was designed for reading for other Hololive members. So, let's go with card 1. I didn't even flip over the card. Why did I make it uninvisible? Alright, so Pig's fortune. Ah. It really does feel like Persona in here. Just like Persona 5, everyone. Okay. So I don't know if I would call this, like, I don't know how I would describe this fortune. Like, usually they say, like, good luck, great luck, blessed luck, that kind of stuff. But this was an interesting one. Let me see if I can just remember how the alphabet works. Here we go. So, Pig's overall fortune. The fortune we have here is the Fool. And if you've played anything, if you've looked at any sort of media revolving around tarot, you probably know that the Fool is a representation of an infinite amount of Persona didn't invent tarot, fantasy, Shibuya, and Honolulu, you're right. But, so the Fool represents that, it's that idea of an endless number of, oh, you want my own reading? Okay, I'll add myself to the list at the end as well. So the Fool represents a sort of endless number of possibilities. It represents that anything can happen. We don't really know. It's the start of a new journey, right? So the way I see this is that maybe something has happened recently for Pig that will sort of open up a new path for him, that something along the year will allow him to just start a new journey. However that journey may be, who knows? Also, let me just see something here. Let me just move the profile picture here. Where did I put that file? There we go. So, what I'm getting here is that it's just infinite possibilities. It's really hard to ascribe a sort of fortune to something of this meaning, you know, right? I would say that this is a neutral fortune, because a new start isn't necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. So it's hard to say whether it's like great luck. For some people, a new change is really good. For some people, a new change is uncomfortable. So I would say that this is a medium luck fortune. That it doesn't lean either way, bad or good. It just is, right? When it comes to collaboration, we have... Get this one. This is the Three of Cups. We have the Three of Cups. And the Three of Cups, again, not just the Three of Cups, the Three of Cups in reverse. So the Three of Cups, as we know, is a card that represents unity. It represents celebration with others. But in reverse, it might mean that you might be averse to that kind of celebration, to that kind of unity. Maybe you're someone who can work with people, but you're someone who wants to stay out of the spotlight. Maybe it just means that you are averse to sort of celebrating in general. Maybe it means that the people that you work with sort of, you don't want to like be too close with. It's just people that you sort of like want to have this like regular like relationship with, you know? It's not like you're trying to get close, but that's what I'm seeing it here, that the people that you'll be working with in this year, maybe you want to keep things more business-like, less casual like this year with everyone cheering and drinking all at once. So I see this sort of as keeping a distance from people in the coming year, that for collaboration, you'll be working with people, and it's not that it's going to be bad, but obviously you might keep a guard up. And maybe that has to do with the fact that, you know, opening up to new beginnings means that you'll be meeting new people, and obviously you want to be a little bit more guarded around new people. With career, okay, we have, let me see, the Nine of Cups, and it's upright. So the Nine of Cups is sort of someone showcasing like they have a lot, right? They got all these cups behind them, and you're entering this person's room, you're seeing him, you see what he has to offer. So the way I see this for career is that, I'm not sure what your status is right now, Pig. I don't know where it is that you work from, what it is that you do, but from here it seems like there might be choices open to you. And again, it seems like this is all tying to the Fool, but it seems like whether it be a new job or whether it be within a current job that you're in, and having that sort of like those kinds of options available to you, I see it sort of as someone that this new job, that whatever you're doing, whether it be a new job or something that you're moving into in your current job, I feel like opportunities will be open to you, positive opportunities. It doesn't seem like I'm getting a negative reading from this. The upright Nine of Cups is a pretty positive card. It might be a little bit of a self-centered card, like the person on the card itself kind of like showing off what he has, which, while it's nice that he's offering to you, might be in a way like kind of bragging about what it is that he has to offer. So it might be a card also warning to, you know, be a little bit more wary with the people offering you things, but not that it's going to be bad, but to just consider your options. And I guess that also falls in point with the whole celebrations that we talked about and the collaboration, right? That you want to sort of keep people at arm's length. You're trying to be a little bit more guarded to protect yourself. And honestly, that's not a bad way to go about things. For health, we have, why do I keep on doing that? For health, we have the Six of Swords. And the Six of Swords is a card, again, representing movement, motion. It represents an escape here. So the way I see this card here in the health position is that maybe you're getting over something, or maybe with the way that the person is sort of ferrying the boat with someone in it, it might represent that you might have to take care of others who might not be in good health. That you might be the kind of person watching over others whose health might not be in the best state. But essentially what I see here is that it's that idea of like looking for an escape, right? Looking for a better way out. So it doesn't seem like a necessarily positive card, the health card here, but rather one that is showing that when things go south, you're going to need to look for what to do, right? You're going to need to sort of make those decisions. And they won't be easy decisions to make either, but I think they're ones that, when it comes down to it, you're going to be able to sort of figure out what it is that you have to do, right? You're going to figure out where it is that you have to go from here. I don't think it necessarily means bad health, but sort of when things go bad, if things go bad for you or people around you, that you know what you're going to have to do. And I think just having that sort of intuition is going to be important. Now for the money card. All right. We have not the Five of Pentacles. We have the Four of Cups. So the Four of Cups in this position here, when we're talking about money, finances, that kind of stuff, it tells me that you're going to need to mull on these decisions that are going to be coming at you, right? Which I guess connects pretty closely to that career card here that we have, right? We talked about the career, talking about having We talked about having those choices available to you, having new options being open to you, along with the Fool, right? Having a bunch of open possibilities, having a new start. And the money here sort of tells me that there's going to be, because those options are going to be open to you, it's going to be something that it won't be easy to figure out how it is that you want to go about these choices, right? You're going to be meditating, you're going to be thinking on what it is that you want to choose, how essentially you want to get to that point here. You have options available to you, but you don't want to be too hasty. But I think with that meditation, with that thinking, I think ultimately you'll come to a decision that'll be good for you, but it's a decision that you'll get to through your own meditation. You don't want to be too hasty with what you decide on doing. It's important to sort of weigh the benefits and the negatives of it, all right? This one's a pretty simple card in that position, just making sure that you are taking the time to think hard and long about what it is that you want to do, what choice you want to make. All right, and gambling. Gambling, risk-taking. What we have here is... Where are you? The Queen of Pentacles. In reverse. Surprisingly, actually, this card was in reverse in Shady's reading as well, or the card in this position, I should say, was in reverse. But the Queen of Pentacles in reverse for the gambling sort of tells me that, you know, the Queen of Pentacles is someone that represents having a lot of money. The court cards, especially the Queen and King, represent having an abundance of that. And to see money in the risk-taking position, money in reverse specifically, I think tells me that you should be very, very, very careful with taking risks here. I don't know if you are one who is more of a gambling person. I don't know if that's something that you're typically aware of, but I would say that this is essentially a very big warning that if you aren't careful, if you aren't careful with the risks that you take, that they're not favorable in your they're not in your favor, or they won't seem to be in your favor more often than not. So make sure you're very aware of the choices that you make. Make sure that you aren't too hasty, which again seems to tie in with the card above, that you want to spend time thinking about those choices that you have open to you. You don't want to make the wrong choice here, because that may result in some negative outcomes. And finally, we have the advice card, which is properties. It is scary. Oh, Alejandro, welcome. Good luck today and Happy New Year. Thank you. I hope you're having a good New Year too. I hope your New Year was great, Alejandro. We have the Emperor. So the Emperor, right, represents a more like leading figure, a stern figure. So seeing this in the advice column more or less tells me, I don't want to say like defer to your superiors, but the Emperor usually represents like a boss or a leader, someone in charge of you. But I think actually the way I want to see this now, because if we tie this in with the especially with the Fool and cards like this, and like especially with these three cards, I can see it more as the Emperor sort of representing you. That in order for the best outcome here, I think it's telling me that you need to take charge. You need to be very stern. You need to be very, very resolute in the decisions that you make, especially if there are new paths open to you, because that's on you. That's your power. That is something that gives you the choice. Freedom of choice is a very hard power to deal with, and knowing what to do with that is important as someone of taking charge of your own life. So I think here what I get for your reading is that the future can go any way, right? And the Fool especially tells me that this reading has so many different paths open to you, but above all else, what is most important is that you don't let the wind guide you wherever it goes. It's that you have to take control of it. You don't want to just go with the flow and be dragged along for the year. I think to make the best of this, you have to make sure that you have to buckle down and really understand what it is that you want. So that is my reading for you, Pig. So I hope that helps. And obviously, if anyone watching the VOD back, if anyone watching the stream back has any questions about their reading, feel free to message me or DM me or just say so in chat, and I'll elaborate on some cards some more. So, that was Pig's reading. And then next we have... Let me get her avatar real quick. We have... Let me save image as... There we go. We have Takamura. Takako Takamura. Everyone's favorite maid. And let me just get this name out here so that just fits better. And we're putting this here, centering it better. All right, and I'll stretch. We're gonna alternate the stretches and the sips. All right. Okay, so Takamura's reading. Takako. Let me shuffle the deck. And let's take a look at what the future holds for Takako. Let me just shuffle the deck. It's always like really funny to me whenever I like do a shuffle and then I end up getting like a couple of the same cards from the previous reading popping up in the next reading. It's like, how? How did I shuffle so not good that happened? But I mean, sometimes fate just has a funny way of doing that, you know? Sometimes things just line up that way, and maybe it's just meant to be. Sometimes people just have similar fates ahead. Even if they are in different positions, it's destiny. Right, exactly. It does feel a little off. It does seem a bit strange seeing my 2D model again, but I feel like it's the most fitting for a stream like this, you know? I feel like when I think about fortune reading, I always think about this design. So let me just shuffle this a little bit more. I feel like it's been a while since I started up a stream with the 2D model. But now, cut it one more time, and let's see what the future holds for Takako. Alright. Just a class change. It does make them feel a little bit more nostalgic. And yeah, it's a class change. I just use a second seal. Class change from songstress to seer to diviner. Alright. So, what we're gonna get to next. What we're going to do next is see her overall fortune. Okay. So we have, let me see. Typically I'm good with the Major Arcana, but this is, for some reason, I realize now, there are some cards that you just don't get as frequently. So I do want to read this a little bit. I have a good idea of what it means, but I don't want to say it without fully clarifying. All right. So what we have here for her overall out reading here, right, is it is another Major Arcana card. It's not the Tower, because we get that. For some reason, that card gets drawn like every other reading somehow. I don't know how that happens. But for this reading, the overall message is the Devil in reverse. So the Devil face up typically means like a lot of like giving into your desires, sort of like taking what you want, like using other people. It's not necessarily like evil, but I guess one could understand like a lust for power to be evil. But it sort of just talks about like taking what you want, doing what you want, getting what you want, like anything for the sake of your own improvement, right? Anything for your own furtherment. But in reverse, I sort of see this as the opposite, that instead of being the devil, that it seems more that it's the reverse, right? Instead of doing everything for your own sake, doing everything for the sake of just yourself, for that selfishness, for that desire, that it seems more a card, a sign of doing for others, right? Which I guess is a little on the nose for a maid. But I see this as, for the fortune overall for the year, I would say that this, because the Devil card in general, I don't read as a very lucky card, and I guess seeing it in reverse, I wouldn't also see it as super lucky, right? I would say that this is not a strong fortune. I would say that this may be a unlucky fortune, like mildly bad luck, right? If it was right side up, I would say that it would be very bad luck. But reverse, I would just say it's slightly bad luck. So it's that sort of idea of, I would say in reverse, maybe not wanting to work too hard for others, right? That I feel like the overall is that it's very easy to want to please others, to want to like make other people happy, you know? Who doesn't want to make other people happy, right? That's a very common, it's a very human thing, right? It's something we all like doing. We like making other people happy. We like giving people enjoyment, especially as streamers, especially as VTubers. We want people to be happy. But I feel that with the Devil in reverse, it might mean that you could lean too much into that to your own self-destruction. And I feel like the idea of like burnout, right? That you work yourself so hard and you just burn yourself out. I feel like that's sort of what I'm getting as the overall. That you want to take care of yourself. You don't want to overwork yourself. So that is what I get for the overall. Now, for the collaboration. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? We have the Emperor again somehow. How do you keep on getting back here? I'm shuffling this deck. I'm literally cutting the deck in half and like slapping the cards into each other in alternating positions. How do you keep on getting here? Who invited you back here? Anyway, the Emperor in the collaboration position sort of tells me that it's, again, the Emperor is a very domineering card, the card of someone taking charge. It's very hard to tell whether or not it's you. Emperor's son wants to be noticed by Sensei. Oh, I've noticed him at this point. So I would say that it could represent the sort of idea of taking charge, right? Taking charge when it comes to collaborations. Maybe there are people that you want to work with, people that you want to collaborate with, and when it comes to collaborating with them, maybe it ends up you taking that sort of leadership position. You know, like when you have a group project, right? You're in school, you're doing a group project, and you end up being the one doing all the work. I feel like it could be a warning, especially with the overall card. When we look at each of these cards in regards to the overall reading, I feel like it helps sort of paint that picture there. That with the Emperor, you'll end up sort of taking the charge there, which might end up in, again, that possible burnout, you know? You don't want to put all of yourself into like planning things out only for like the person you're working with not to help you out. And it's not saying that it will happen, but to watch out for just sort of taking charge and also not having anyone like pick up the slack, you know? That's sort of what I'm getting here for the collab reading here. The collaborations, working with others, that it's very likely that you take that sort of leadership position in collabs more frequently than not. For a career, sorry, we get, and that's interesting actually. Not only are these cards very distinctly related, but they're also side by side in the reading. We have the Lovers in reverse, and this is on career. So the Lovers represents that sort of like your relationship with others, that sort of happiness. Not just love in obviously a romantic sense, because God, that would be such a narrow card if it was, but like platonic relationships as well, your relationships with others. In the career position, this might mean that relationships people that you know, people that you are close with, things may get a bit rocky, things might get a little bit turbulent, but I feel like as long as you keep a good head, as long as you work together with people, things should work out properly. But it seems to be a very much a warning sign. So just make sure that when it comes to the people that you work with, so those people that you're close with, that you don't let things get out of hand, right? That you don't let things fall apart, because that's what the lovers in reverse could lead to, you know? The idea that those relationships that you have with others in a work setting, you know, you want to keep things professional. You don't want to you don't want your relationships to go south, obviously. So it's important to make sure to understand those boundaries, to understand where the lines are drawn. And maybe if we connect it to the Emperor card, maybe making sure that, like, if you're domineering, like, that kind of, like, collaboration, maybe you don't want to be taking too much of that, because it sort of makes that relationship feel a little unbalanced. That's what I'm getting so far from these three cards. Next, we follow it up with the health card, which is let me just change this card here. So let's see, we have it is, if I know my alphabet correctly, the Magician in reverse. So when it comes to health here, right, the Magician is a card that represents that sort of channeling of power, represents, like, strengthening yourself, represents sort of gathering your energy, you know. They always talk about in books, when it talks about the symbolism of this card, how the Magician has all his tools on the table, he's raising his candle, he's sort of acting as a conduit between himself and the mystical world. But in reverse, what it means is that it's an instability of power, or in this case with the health portion, it sort of means that your health may be something that can be fluctuating throughout the year. And I think it's important to make sure that you don't push yourself too hard, you don't let that instability happen, that if it does happen, you need to take that sort of restraint and you need to back up. Why is this card... What is this reading, actually? There are 4 major arcana cards, and we're not even done with this reading yet. There could be more. But the way I see it in the health position here is that you don't want to overwork yourself, which somehow... Like, I'm flipping these cards in real time. I don't know what they are until I get to the position, but this is very much painting a picture of possibly, like, overworking yourself to a dangerous degree. And it's just telling me that you might want to take a step back when the going gets rough, right? It's okay to take breaks sometimes, so you don't want to push yourself too hard. Crazy how all the cards are flipped, but the Emperor with the Devil being the center, right? Alright. What we have for money now. Another return guest. I guess with 78 cards, you're bound to get some returning cards. We have 3 of Cups in reverse. This is a very turbulent one, too. This is a very reversed reading. More than half the cards are in reverse. But again, the 3 of Cups represents that sort of unity, celebration, but in reverse, like we read for Pig's reading, it sort of represents keeping people at a distance. Now with money, what this sort of represents is that, you know, people are cheering and celebrating, and celebrations cost money. You know, you think about, like, going out to a bar with friends, that costs money. But, like, the way I see it reversed is sort of the idea that you want to be a little bit more reserved with that, right? When we talked about it in the collaborations position, we talked about how it represented people keeping people at sort of arm's length. But in the money position, the way I see it is the idea of being a little bit more conservative with your celebrations, right? That you don't want to sort of be, like, free-handed with your money. And, I mean, some people are just normally like that anyway. But what I'm getting here is that the reading shows that for this coming year, things are going to be held back a little bit more, you know. You're not going to be as free. You're not going to be using that money. You're not going to be spending as freely. That you want to be a little bit more reserved with your wallet. Now with gambling, another card of celebrations, but in reverse. I always feel bad when like I give a reading and like all the cards are like hell. Here we have the Four of Wands in reverse again. So if the Three of Cards represents a sort of active celebration, the Four of Wands is, again, it represents sort of celebration, but it's more reserved, right? It's a little bit more calm here. But in reverse, again, it sort of shows that, you know, maybe you're just putting on a facade, right? Maybe that you're celebrating, but you're not really, the celebration isn't something that you feel happy for. So when I see that in the gambling spot, I could see that it's the idea of taking chances, and the chances aren't like big decisions, right? But you mean knowing this path, then the person can try and work with it. Exactly, right? It's just something to avoid. Because again, it's not outlining the future, it's outlining a future. But the way I see this is that in the gambling position here, it's that there's not going to be a lot of risks taken, and the risks that are taken aren't going to be, they're things that you can work through. They're not going to be like life-shatteringly bad, like when we see like death appear as like the card for gambling, but it's a card that sort of represents that you could take or leave the gambling, that the risks are things that aren't going to be massively impactful, but you won't be able to help feel that like slight tinge of regret when things go south, right? That it's not going to be the worst outcome either way, but you'll wish that something could have gone slightly better, is what I get. And for the advice card, the one other card that is face up, right side up, properties. The advice that we have here is the Fool. So it's interesting, I think, this reading here, because the reading talks about how, you know, you give a lot of yourself to everyone else, and in that way, it can be very dangerous to you. That, you know, if you constantly are giving, but, you know, you're not looking out for your own health, it can really be a drain on you. The advice here is that, you know, there's a lot of paths open to you, right? There's a lot of different things that you can do as a streamer, as someone, as a VTuber, and I feel like it's the idea that, you know, maybe you have a lot of ideas in your head, a lot of things that you want to do, a lot of plans that you want to do, that may or may not be very energy and time consuming. The Fool here is serving as a reminder that you can take a step back and just reanalyze what it is that you're doing, right? That if things get too hard, that if things are just maybe overwhelming, maybe take a step back, think about who you can talk to, think about who you can work with, think about how you're approaching things. But essentially, it's telling me that if the going gets rough, back out for a little bit and just take that time to think about what it is that, how it is that you want to approach things. So that is my reading for you, Takako. Let us go to the next one then. So let me just adjust the list here. And the next person we're going to read for is... Thank you for reminding me. We're going to read for... Pecan San. So let us erase everything again. Let's start from the beginning. I haven't interacted with Pecan too much. I've seen him around in chats every so often, but I haven't talked with him a lot. And I feel like that just is something that happens, you know, right? That there are people who you're aware of because you like, you're in the same circles, so you like see the names happen, like pass by a lot, but then you just, like, finding the time to watch everyone is so hard. There's so many people that like I know of and have been meaning to check out, but just, you know, life is busy, working and like taking the time that you have that isn't working to like catch others, and like especially if like my schedule doesn't line up with their schedule. Like there are some people who I like haven't been able to watch as much recently. Like I can't watch Congo a lot because he's typically streaming when I'm at work. So that is how I end up like knowing and being mutuals with a lot of people, and then just not actually being able to catch their content. And it's, I just wish there was more time in the day, you know? I wish there was more time in the day to do stuff. I'm so sad because tomorrow is the last day of break too, and then we have to go back to work. But I guess I don't have to go into the building, so that won't be too bad. But still, God, if that isn't the mood, right, Kine? Glad to see you stopping by. I hope you're having a good one. All right. So now for Pecan. Let's see. The downsides of full-time employment. The life of a scholar never stops. It truly does not, except on summer break. Actually, that's a lie too. My summer break, I was doing summer school, so I really had like maybe a 3-week break. Oh god, now I feel like an asshole because I say I have, oh yeah, I only had a 3-week break, and then everyone else who works full-time just dogpiles me. Alright. So, with Pecan's reading now, so we are gonna start from the beginning here, and we will start with card 1. What is a 3-week break? Oh, you mean my 9-week break that I willingly shortened it to a 3-week break? Yeah. Summer school moment. Alright. Pecan's reading starts off... We don't get a court card here. We don't get a major arcana here. We get a minor arcana. I mean, it sounds really rough. Teaching and dealing with students and preparing everything. Yeah, it gets easier as you do it more often. You get to reuse lesson plans and everything, so it's not the worst. But to start off with Pecan's reading, we have the 6 of Swords. So again, I don't see this as a personally negative card. I see this card more as, it's kind of similar to the Fool in the sense that it's like new beginnings, but I see this more a bit positive because I sort of see it as a card representing an escape to a better life. These people are retreating, they're running away, probably from a worse situation than they were in, to something better. So I see this not as like a massively good fortune, but I see this as a small positive fortune, you know? We can say it's a good fortune. Not like a great fortune, not like a blessed fortune, but I would say this is a good fortune. And maybe it sort of shows that like he'll be moving on to something better. Maybe it says that like maybe he'll be going on to a better phase of streaming. So let's see what collaboration has in store. We have properties. Here we go. Haven't seen this one yet. We have the Page of Pentacles. And it's upright. So the Page of Pentacles is a card that is sort of a symbol, a messenger talking about money, a messenger of materialistic values. So by having the page here in regards to collaboration, it could mean that, you know, people will be reaching out to him. That sort of the idea that when collaborations come, that, you know, it's not going to just be him like reaching out. That, let me just take this up here. So the idea that maybe new people will be reaching out to him, maybe people that he had just met, people he's not familiar with, but it's not necessarily a bad message, but an idea to like be a little bit more open, maybe be a bit more open to sort of collaboration. Now, obviously, that's not to say like if some rando just kind of drops into your DMs and says, "Hey, let's collab," but like the idea that like maybe people that you're familiar with. It seems to me like more of a message of new potential partners to work with, which is not like a bad thing necessarily. I sort of just see it as a very neutral thing, right? If people reach out to you, you know, talk to them, get to know them, that there are new people who are waiting to talk with you. And it could be the reverse as well. Maybe the idea of reaching out a little bit more. It could be a two-way street, right? That maybe if this is the year that you want to start reaching out to people more, that it seems like it'll be a more positive reception than you expect it to be. Now with career, the way I see the career here is, also I keep on seeing my my OBS drop a little bit, so let me know if the stream does get a little like hiccupy or anything, because it's happened at least 2 or 3 times at this point. What we have here for the career is not in reverse, this is actually right side up, is the 9 of Wands. And the 9 of Wands, you know, you can look at the card and have an understanding of what it means. I had a short loading thing. Okay, cool. We've only dropped 103 frames over the span of an hour, so it could be a lot worse. The 9 of Wands is a card that represents a lot of hardship, you know. The guy looks like he just got into a fight, but he's standing still. He's still standing. He's guarding, he's watching guard over these other wands. And the way I see this when it comes to, what is it, your career, your streaming, I feel like it just means that you gotta keep on holding on, right? The good and the bad, and I think that's just a message for everyone, really. That if streaming is something that you love, then you'll feel that victory as you push through, right? That even when things get hard, the victories at the end will be the sweetest. So that's sort of what I'm getting here, that when it comes to streaming, just push through it. Those days where things feel bad, where things feel hopeless, maybe you feel like you're not as good an entertainer as you think you could be, those days where you have like really bad bouts of self-doubt, you had to push through them, I think is what it's saying. And the rewards at the end will make those feelings feel so much more worth it that you were able to push through and beat them. So you just gotta stick it out. Health. Now that's a weird card in that position. We be swinging exactly. The flame that faintly wavers stains the blade with favor. The kind you complain about but learn to savor. A mystic walk beside the sadistic Sakura. Kinda wish to talk with ya. Bore me and it's off with your heads. Sorry about that. That song always gets me riled up. Alright. What we have in the health now. Elliot is a rapper confirmed? No, I am not a rapper. In the health, we have the Fool, right? And again, we talked about this. The Fool represents that sort of idea that a new journey is starting. Maybe there was some kind of like something that was happening with your health that maybe you dealt with, and now that you're done dealing with it, you have these opportunities open to you. Maybe it means that because of your health, maybe you're feeling healthy, and due to that health, you feel like that there's not really anything stopping you. It's kind of a strange card in this position to see the Fool in health, because when you think about endless possibilities with health, that seems a little foreboding. Like, you don't want the card representing endless possibilities on health, because like you don't want to roll the slot machine on, will I feel healthy today? But I mean, do some people feel that way? I think the way I would interpret this is that your health will not get in the way of what it is that you want to do, for better or for worse. That no matter how it is you're feeling, you'll push through and do what you want to do, which may be good or bad to a fault. You don't want to push yourself when it would be negative to do so. So I think it's important to just watch out for your health. Watch out that you don't push yourself too hard. Even if you think you can work, make sure you remember to rest every now and then. For money, we have, let's see, Lovers in reverse. So the Lovers in reverse, right? Again, a lot of times here we've had these cards that sort of represent a lack of unity. And again, the Lovers represents that sort of like relationship with others. And in reverse means that those relationships can get a little rocky. when it comes to money, it might mean that there might be problems with others regarding money. I don't know. My friend always told me that, you know, borrowing money from friends is the best because they don't charge interest. It's a strange way to think about it. But, you know, things like that can really be bad to a friendship when, like, money gets involved. So what I'm seeing here is that, you know, maybe you're too generous with money. It's possible that you could be, like, so generous to a fault where, like, you know, you always, like, loan out money to friends. I definitely have people that I know who are very just giving, but then, you know, they don't get anything in return, and obviously they don't expect anything in return, but you don't want that to sort of drive a wedge between you and the people that you're friends with, right? So I feel like this might be serving as a warning to not be, like, greedy or anything, but, like, maybe just, like, think about how it is that you spend money in regards to others, like spending money on others in general, I guess. Now, when it comes to gambling, we have this card here. This little fellow, he's not upside down. Those swords aren't going to fall out of him anytime soon. No, that is the Ten of Swords. Oh! And thank you for the gift sub, an anonymous gifter. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Graham Slime, I hope you enjoy your gift sub. We have the Ten of Swords here. When it comes to gambling, seeing the Ten of Subs here kind of tells me that, you should be very careful with the risks you take. Like, very, very careful. That if you feel like you might lose a gamble, if you feel like the risks that you take are not worth it, like, you know, there are good and bad sides to any risk that you take. If you feel like the negatives there, like, if you feel like while there are good positives, that the negatives might be very negative, I would be wary of that. I would be very wary of risks that, while they might seem good if they pay off, if they don't pay off, then it seems like this is advising us that the outcome won't be the best. So, the advice here, interesting. Almost seems a little contradictory, but I think I can understand where it's coming from. So, the advice here that we have is the Six of Pentacles. You know, we talked about how, especially when it came to money, that you want to be, like, careful with how you spend on others. But at the same time, the advice here is talking about how you don't want to be miserly at the same time, right? I think it's an understanding of doing things in moderation. I think finding this new path that you want to go on may take a little bit of, you know, working with others, right? We have the Six of Swords here, right? Representing, you know, getting to a new position here, starting anew, going on a new journey. And obviously, you know, they say nothing ventured, nothing gained, you know, you can't make money without spending money, that kind of stuff. That you do want to be sharing of your gifts with others, but not in a way that it breaks you. And you also want to make sure that you don't want to be taking too big risks, because those risks might come and stab you in the back. And when it comes to collaborations, maybe you want to start reaching out a little bit more to others. Maybe, like, take that step to reach out to others, or maybe if people that you've wanted to collaborate with that reach out to you first, maybe, I don't know, try to get to know them, try to talk with them, and just stick it through, right? I think that's probably one of the more important things, is just stick it through in the end, right? Do what you think you have to do, but don't be too dangerous with it. Don't overdo it. Don't overextend yourself. And as long as you just stick through it, maybe if, like, you don't take the risk that you think will pay off, it'll take a little bit longer to get to where you want, but you'll get there. So that's what I get for this reading for Pecan. So, the next reading that we're going to be doing is for someone who was actually in the chat. Let's see. So let me get to the next reading. I'm essentially just going in order based on who responded in Twitter, essentially first, and then the order of who did the redeems in chat. So let's go to the next one. And, oh wait. Will this not work? Will I actually have to change the image? Can't believe this. Because everyone else got uploaded as a JPG, but this is uploaded as a PNG. So the next person that we're going to be reading for is Nix. So let me just adjust the notepad document here. So this is for Nix's New Year reading. And I will also stretch. Alright. So let's shuffle this deck up. Let's see. You're ready? I'm glad you're excited. Alright, so we'll shuffle that deck up. You can hear it clacking again. You can hear it clacking against the table. And we'll do some schlappy schlappy. Some card shuffling ASMR. Slappy wappy. And we'll shuffle this. I'll try to be a little bit more thorough with the shuffle. Like, I was already shuffling pretty thoroughly, but we could be a little bit more thorough. We could be a little bit more... We could try to force this a little bit more. I keep on seeing a lot of similar cards. Like, obviously we haven't had, like, 2 identical readings or anything like that. Or, like, readings where all 7 cards were the same but in different positions. But still, might as well go a little bit harder with the shuffling here. And then we will shuffle again. There we go. And now let's do this. 1 more, 2 more cuts to the deck. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards. Let's make this all invisible. We'll start from the top again. So let's see how the fortune is looking for Nix this year. Okay. So, properties for your new year, Nix. I get the 4 of Wands, which I say is a somewhere in between a good and great fortune, you know? It's another card of celebration. We talked about this, and it's right side up this time. So I would say that the year is looking very positive, that things should go smoothly, right? You'll have reason to celebrate in this year. What it is, who knows? But it looks like there will be cause for celebration. And it's a very positive card. There's not too much to say about it. When it comes to collaboration, properties, we have the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, right? The Ace of Pentacles is a card that is very representative of money, of materialistic values. It is pretty much the epitome of that suit. But in reverse, what it seems to tell me is that, right, that in collaboration with others, right, it feels like you might feel like there's this sort of imbalance, right? That there's a lot that you want to do to work with others, but that sort of fear of reciprocation, right? You feel like it might represent that you feel more like you have to do a lot for others. It's interesting because you could see like the way the card is actually placed, sort of like the way the coin is placed in the card in reverse. The way that the coin looks like it could just fall out of the hand here, right? I think what I'm getting here is that when it comes to collaboration, you want to put in a lot with it, but you're afraid of getting things in return from your collaboration partner, the people that you work with. And I feel like what that says to me is that you might be very heavy-handed with what you want to do with your plans here, but make sure that you're also giving your collaboration partners, the people that you want to work with, a fair shake as well, you know? They want to work with you, so make sure that you guys are working together, right? That's what I'm getting for the collaboration here, for the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. That you don't want, that it has to be a two-way street with this representation of that sort of materialistic value, that you want to work together, and it's not just a one-way street. You don't get it? So the way I see it, right, it's not too far off from what I was talking about with Takamura's reading earlier. The idea that you want to take charge of what you do in the collabs, right? Like, there's a lot of different collabs that exist out there. You know, like art collabs, like streaming collabs, working with other people. And the idea that, you know, you want to take more of a front role in planning things out with people, but like in a way that, you know, you end up putting a lot of the work, shouldering a lot of the work yourself. Like, you know, the idea of like being in a group project and doing a lot of the work because you feel like, you know, you can do you're confident in how you can do the work. So the way I see it is more, you want to be more controlled with how you work with people, right? You want to give everyone, you want things to be equal with each other. You don't want to accidentally overstep boundaries. You don't want to push too hard. That's what I'm getting at for the Ace of Pentacles here. And for career, we have properties. We have, where is it? The Knight of Pentacles. So again, surrounding material values, surrounding money, that kind of stuff. The Knight of Pentacles is a sort of messenger of wealth, a messenger of materialistic values. And the way I see the Knight of Pentacles here in the career position is that it's sort of representing good things to come, right? That you're working as a streamer, you're probably working as a student, I believe, as well, but as a Knight of Pentacles, right? The Knight of Pentacles in the career path sort of represents, I would say, like looking, right? Searching for work. Searching for something to do with your talents, right? So as a career path here, I sort of see it as you looking around, just taking the time to search for what it is that you want to do, right? Because, you know, I know that you are an artist, you want to do art for people, you also, I assume, want to do art as a living. So the way I see the Knight of Pentacles is just the idea that that search will go on, right? And maybe the knight himself represents a message back from someone or someplace that maybe will want to have the work that you do. So I see it more as just keep on doing what you're doing, keep on doing that work that you're doing, and there will be some place or someone who recognizes that work that you do in a good way that is beneficial to your career. Whether that be as a streamer or as an artist. Health. Properties. A card we just saw earlier, actually, but this time in reverse. So the way I see the Ten of Swords, right? The Ten of Swords in reverse sort of shows that someone had taken a big hit. You know, someone had been stabbed in the back 10 times. It's not something easy to handle. Especially when it comes to your health, you know? If you get stabbed in the back 10 times, that's a big amount of damage. That's a lot of damage you just took. It's not particularly healthy. But with it in reverse, right? A lot of times the sword iconography, like especially when it comes to things being stabbed, when you have them in reverse, it usually represents that sort of idea of mending and healing. That maybe there was some 10 stabs more than doctors recommend. Exactly, Teru. I see it more as a period of recovery, right? Maybe there was some sort of thing that happened to you recently that was hard to deal with, something that was very bad for your health, and now you're in a period of recovery. And, you know, in recovery, you don't want to push yourself too hard. You're better, but you don't want to recover. You don't want to, like, hamper the recovery by pushing yourself too hard. So that's sort of what I see here, that there was a lot of pain, but while it's mending, it is healing, and you have to give it time to heal. You don't want to push yourself and really make those wounds worse than they were before. So take it easy when you need to take it easy. What we have now for money, we have, here it is, we have the devil in right side up. So that's like the quintessential like devil in terms of symbolism in that position. So with money, right, it tells me that, you know, there is a desire to just get money because, you know, I think it's human nature, right? The way our society is just money good, right? Money bad, but also money good. Capitalism, you know, we live in a society where we need money to survive. So obviously there is a desire to just gain, right? We want that. We want to be successful. We want to have the money for other reasons, right? For ourselves, maybe to help others out. And there's just a desire to succeed, a desire to do well because we want money, right? You know, you have money, you can support your friends, you have money, you can support your family, that kind of stuff. So it tells me that there is a very, very, very big desire for money, that there's a very big hunger to succeed, which I guess ties in with, what is it? It ties in with the Knight of Pentacles I see in that career path, that idea that you're going to keep on working, you're going to keep on doing what it is that you have to do in order to get that messenger, in order to get the news that you've made it, that you've landed somewhere. But you don't use money? Yeah, it's strange, but that is just what the cards say. When it comes to gambling, what we have here, risk-taking. I know, like, gambling is such like a weird term to use. I feel like risk-taking seems more relevant overall. But what we have here is the Chariot. And typically, right side up, the Chariot would sort of mean that you're leading the charge, that you're taking risks and you know the dangers of those risks, but you're very confident in your success. With the Chariot in reverse, it's the opposite, right? That you're sort of losing the reins on the Chariot, that the animals that you're controlling on that Chariot are sort of not doing what you want them to do. It sort of reads as a sort of fear, right? A fear of risk-taking at all. That maybe you're afraid of the dangers of a risk, so you're gonna stay safe. That's what I'm sort of reading as a gambling here. That you don't want to take any risks because you're afraid that things can go wrong. So despite a want for success, that you might not take the risks necessary to get to that success. And what we have as the advice here. So we have the Two of Pentacles in reverse. And like you said, there is actually a lot of relation to money in this reading. Three of the 7 cards are related to coins. And one of those a court card, one of them, actually 2 court cards, the Ace and the Knight. So it's a pretty big influence of money here. The advice seems to be talking about the Two of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles is a card that represents balance with like funds, with materialistic values. But what it means in reverse might mean that I think it's tying back to that idea of the Chariot, right? Instead of being balanced, maybe be a little bit riskier than you usually are, right? And the risks don't even have to do with like necessarily like money, right? But like risks like taking the step forward to do things that you didn't normally have the confidence to do, right? That taking those sort of risks about like just life in general, that you want to do things outside of your comfort zone, do things that you don't have a lot of confidence in doing normally, but to not be afraid of losing that balance, you know? Sometimes, you know, losing your balance on a tightrope, it looks crazy to the crowd, but when you get your balance back up, when you get your bearings, it looks all the more impressive. So I'm not going to say to go ham, but maybe reevaluate your decisions, maybe not be as afraid to take challenges and to challenge yourself and to take risks. So maybe it's starting with your art career for your commission stuff. Yeah, like that, right? Maybe if you were afraid of taking commissions and stuff, maybe take the step, maybe see what people would want, maybe see that people like to start living into it, right? I think you have the right idea. That's sort of what I'm getting at, I think. Even like commissions, or like even going to like companies, that's the sort of thing that I'm getting from the Knight of Pentacles. But like however it is that you want to sort of take those risks, ultimately is up to you. Things that you might second guess yourself on, think about them a little bit more. That's sort of what I'm getting for the reading of this year. So that's it. It is your last year of college. That's good to hear. You're almost out of there then. All right. So then, the next person that we're going to read for, I'm glad you appreciate it, Augus, who is on hiatus. Is this their avatar? Do they have an avatar? Oh wait, that is his avatar. Let me save this image as a JPEG. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? All right, properties, and I will take a sip as well. Wait, let me save image as. Save that, and then Augus, I believe, is the cat in the middle of this picture here. So we're gonna zoom in on just the cat. Alright, and oh, Fizzy Pop Boy, welcome. How art thou? I am doing well. I hope you're having a good day yourself. We're just doing some tarot readings for the new year, you know, ushering in the new year with some fortune reading. And before I go to the next one, I will take a step out. I will take a short little idle break. I will be right back though. Give me just one moment. This is the wrong setting. I clicked on the wrong thing. That's also the wrong thing. Here we go. And welcome, Karada the Best. I hope you're having a good day. We're back now. We're going to be doing a reading for Augus. And let's shuffle the deck. Let's shuffle the deck once more. Alright. Happy New Year, Point Blank. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you could stop by, Blank. Hope you're having a good New Year yourself. Oh, hey Aria, welcome. Glad to see you can stop by as well. We are currently, I think this is the 5th. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I think we had 5 readings so far. You're excited to learn about Terra stuff. Yep, the readings have been nice so far. Not everyone has been very positive and all rainbows and sunshine, but that's just how it is with Terra readings. Wasn't sure you would be awake for the stream. Fair. I wasn't sure I was going to be awake for the stream. How long's the queue? There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people ahead. You keep dipping between small streamers. It's a rabbit hole. It really is a rabbit hole, Fizzy Pop Boy. It's like, you know, you find one small streamer, you end up following like a bunch of small streamers. Like I used to follow Hololive. Yeah, you can just redeem the fortune telling redeem and I'll drop you in. Am I feeling all right? Yeah, I'm feeling great. Like when I followed Hololive, it was like, you know, you had a pool of like what, 50 streamers at most to follow between Hololive and Holostars and all the branches. But like you go into this whole like world of like small streamers, small VTubers, and it's just such a bigger world out there. There's just so many people out there, and it's just so fascinating to watch what everyone is doing. All right, so now that should be good. August. Now we are going to reset all these cards and start from the beginning. And let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You've arrived into the best idol scholar in Cedar, though. You follow them when they are small, but then they blow up, and it's nice to watch them grow. Because it starts to feel deletesonal. I do sort of get that idea, though. That, like, you follow them when they're small, and then when they blow up, it's like... Because when someone is smaller, it's easier to depersonalize... Right. It's harder to talk to them as personally as you could when they were smaller. I get that. I get that. But at the same time, I do feel happy for them, right? You feel... Seeing someone grow, it's like you're happy that they're, like, getting bigger and stuff, that more people have eyes on them. See, that's your face. Yeah, exactly. I get that. Point. We'll just write blank. There we go. All right. So for August's reading, August is on hiatus, I believe. But let's see. His reading. Aloha, Elliot. Your Ambrose is here. What? Welcome. Glad to see you could stop by. I hope you're having a good day. So, the reading for August, the overall reading is... I don't know what those commands are. I'm going to be honest. I don't have many commands set up on my stream element spot. So, August's reading reads as... The overall reading is just saying, if you blow up, expect... I appreciate that, Nix. Thank you for the cheer as well. But I read this somewhere in between a middling fortune to a small positive fortune, you know? It's the idea that you're very guarded, right? That this year is a year that you're going to be very protective of yourself, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with looking out for yourself. So that is what I see. That's the sort of the overall look that I have for this year's fortune. Now, when it comes to working with others, we have the Knight of Swords is here. So the Knight of Swords is a card that represents action and movement. It's a card that represents someone moving forward, and it's right side up. It's a right side up card. So the Knight of Swords is charging in. It tells me that when it comes to working with others, that you are more than willing to sort of take the lead there, that you will be more proactive in what it is that you have to do, right? So while you will be a little bit more defensive, you will be more guarded. Join commands to join the queue for a reading. Oh, I see. So yeah, I'll put you on the list. Hotness. So right now, after this reading, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're 10th in the line. So obviously the VOD will be up even afterwards. So even if I don't get to you, it should just be up on the video. So what I'm getting here is that the Knight of Swords represents being more proactive. That it's not actually a command that I have set up. I think that's just a command that other channels have. Yeah, no, I have my own list that I've been just keeping in a notepad document. So it represents being more active, right? That instead of waiting for people to come to you, you come to other people. You will be going to others, Augus. So that is sort of what I get from the collaboration. Interesting. We just had this card in the same position. Yeah, you're already in queue. You already redeemed your fortune. You are 9th in the list. We had this just in the previous reading, actually. You want to copy this one time and keep copying, pasting? I could do that, actually. The list right now is this. But, oh wow, it didn't do any line breaks. Everyone's name is one word anyway, so that is the list of people. So, again, just like what I said for Pecan, that for your career, for your future, it is something that you're gonna have to fight for, right? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be something that you'll like be able to coast through when it comes to your career. I know you're on hiatus, but it also says you're in college right now. So this might be more related to just you going through school, that, you know, school's not easy for some people. Especially for me, college, I guess actually like my last years weren't too hard, but the years where I had to be more, where I was more in the math department before I finished all my math credits, those years beat the shit out of me. Like, I felt like the 9 of Wands after that year of college. But that's sort of what I see, right? If you're focusing on your studies over focusing on streaming, that is your career at the point. So it's just something you got to stick through. And once you stick through it, I think that's really, it'll be worth it in the end. And I mean, I guess graduation is definitely worth it to a lot of people. Now, when it comes to health, we have the 8 of Wands. Again, actually, that's interesting. It's going from the 9 of Wands to the 8 of Wands. And the 8 of Wands is a card that usually represents, like, budding creativity, budding growth, budding power. Like, a rise in power. But with it in reverse, it sort of shows that, like, all the energy that is rising is sort of out of control. That there's not really any place to direct all that energy. So when it comes to the health position, it might mean that you might have all this energy and you don't really know what it is that you want to do with it, that you don't really know how to guide all this energy that you have in your life. That maybe, not like you're feeling unhealthy or anything, but maybe just with the way you feel physically, you're not sure how it is you want to direct that energy. Like, maybe it could be a lack of focus on the things that you want to do. Maybe it could be just, there's a lot of things that you're doing and it's really hard to put your focus on one thing. But the way I see it, especially in connection to the previous card, is that you just want to make sure you have to keep that focus, right? It's easy to lose focus on things. And if you're trying to focus on yourself, I think that is what we should be putting forward, right? That is the thing that you should be focusing on, is focus on your own successes first. I think that that is what the year is pointing to. That is what the outcome is sort of guiding you towards. So just make sure that you know what you want, you know what your goal is. Make sure you're heading towards that specifically if you're sort of losing guidance, if you're sort of losing your way here. That is not actually the money card. The money card is... okay. Properties. What we have here is the 3 of Swords in reverse. So my interpretation here is that with the 3 of Swords in reverse in the money position is that, you know, maybe there was something that you regretted purchasing, maybe there was something you regretted doing financially, or like something materialistically. Like maybe there was just something that maybe you regret purchasing. I don't know, some people regret purchasing college. but maybe there was some choices that you made financially that you sort of regret, but you're coming to terms with and realizing that it might not have been the worst decision, or that the decisions that you made, you're sort of coming to terms with, that you're fine with them now, right? That they felt bad in the first place, but you think they're going to pay off in the end, right? That you had regrets, but those regrets are no longer a problem, that they're sort of clearing. And when it comes to risk-taking, we have the world. We have the world, but it's in reverse. So the world as a card typically represents sort of, you know, that finality, coming to an answer, coming to a very clear solution of what you want. It's that understanding that you know what you want. But in reverse, it's sort of the idea that you came to the end of the road, but really the solution still never showed itself, never became really that clear. And it's not necessarily that that's like a bad thing, but maybe because the solution wasn't what you expected it to be, because you didn't get to the solution, to a clear solution. I think what I'm getting here for the gambling position, for the risk-taking position, is that to try and understand what it is that you're taking the risks on, right? That maybe that there was something that you decided to take a gamble on, that you want to take a risk on, but you don't really fully understand what it is that you're jumping into. So make sure that when you take these risks, I think they'll pay off, but you need to understand what it is that is paying off. That you don't want to sort of just jump in, you know, like you don't just go into a casino, throw 50 chips on roulette without reading the instructions and just win by accident. You want to know what it is that you're taking a risk on. You want to understand like the full gravity of what it is that you're gambling on. So that leads me to the advice card. So properties is here, and the final result is the Ten of Pentacles. We saw this card earlier today, however, this time around, it is reversed. So the Ten of Pentacles in reverse represents that sort of idea that there's a celebration going on, but maybe you want to feel a bit separated from that celebration. It's not that you're bitter about anything, that you don't want to be happy, that you don't want the cause to celebrate. But again, this is the advice card, and the way it ties in with the overall outcome here, I think, is just that idea that you can revel in these victories, you can celebrate these victories, but overall you want to focus mainly on yourself. That this is a sort of card that's showing that you don't want to like really like celebrate until you know that you are safe to do so, right? Like things like, and I guess I'm seeing this from the lens of someone who is in college, right? That college can throw a lot of curveballs at you. College can be really crazy. So you want to focus on yourself. You want to focus on your studies. And like this, I see like, you know, people like to party a lot in college. And this might be that sort of indicator that, you know, even if there's a lot of celebration, a lot of good things going on, you want to make sure that you yourself are protected first before you really go out and celebrate with everyone. Not that you won't celebrate, but you need to make sure that you're focused on yourself first and foremost. That if you focus on yourself and the path that you've decided to take, then I think things will work out positively for you this year. So that is my reading for you, Augus. Next up, we have Eruben, and then we have Aria after that. So let me adjust the list. Let's find Eruben's image. I've just been taking people's Twitter images. You have a question if it's okay. You're into tarot yourself, and there's like way different levels to how people view it. How you relate it. Something genuinely supernatural, something spiritual, but ultimately human-led. I would say that it's really like, I read it as the last two things that you said. Something spiritual, but ultimately human-led. And also just like a thought opener, right? I've talked about my interpretations. I've talked about my interpretations of tarot before. And let me explain the way I see it, right? So when it comes to reading tarot for people, oh god, I added so many names to the list. And I'm glad you think it's a vibe. I'm glad you think it's nice to vibe too. Elliot sees you more as a money person. It's not me who sees you more. It's just the way the cards are reading the situation. All right, let me open up MS Paint, because I've talked about this in the past, right? I've talked about sort of how I read tarot. Where is Paint? Let me pull it up here. So let me pull this up, right? We have a bunch of, like, the way life works, the way things are, you know, we think about multiple timelines. The way I always read tarot, especially here for like a New Year's reading, we're here, we're in the present right now, and we have a lot of choices that we could take, right? You know, just like one decision you can make, right, leads you in two different paths. Even something like as simple as, do I want to stream or cancel my stream today? Okay, that's two different paths. And maybe, despite the fact that you took two different paths, they can reconnect. So you're at two different possible presents, you're two different possible outcomes. They could reconnect, but possibly you streaming could lead to you talking to someone else. Maybe you raid someone that you wouldn't have interacted with if you hadn't raided them. But maybe you not streaming has you talk to other people, a different branching path. The way I see tarot is that we're understanding that there are different situations, sort of understanding like what's happening at each point in time here, at each sort of intersection here. What were the choices that could have been made? So that's sort of how I read the tarot. It's just a thought opener. Maybe the reading I had you going along this path here. You know, you ever play Shadow the Hedgehog and do like the good, evil, and neutral paths, and it leads you on a bunch of different routes? It's kind of like that, but with real life, and just way more branching directions. Because real life isn't as binary as yes or no. There's a lot of different things that you can choose to do at any given point in time. Tarot is just IRL RNG, also that. But that's sort of how I interpret it, right? IRL Vector the Croc. Find the computer room! Oh, where's that damn 4th Chaos Emerald? God, I haven't played that game in so long. Not that I think it's worth playing, but it's a funny old game that just, you look back at it and you're like, wow, they really gave Shadow the Hedgehog a gun. Alright, so now we'll get to reading Eruben. It is for the meme and the life lessons. Exactly. Let me shuffle the deck again, once more, for Eruben. The tarot reading is one of those branches. But the point, I think the tarot reading sort of shows you one of the possible branches, right? Do I think it's the, like, prime branch? I don't think so. But I think if you get the reading and you keep it in mind, it's sort of just a pathway that you know is available to you. Oh yeah, god, there's a redeem that you could take that I could add you to the list with. But I'll add you to it, Leon. There we go. So you are 10th in the queue now. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, that is the list, and no matter what happens, I will always be at the end, so you'll be going after hotyhotness. Let me just shuffle it. We'll shuffle the deck, and we'll just slappy wappy. I think they actually call it a bridge shuffle, but that sounds a lot less cool. Alright, so now, Eruben's reading. Eruben's really cool. I haven't been able to catch a lot of his streams because of time zones, but he does a lot of cool, like, programming stuff, and he's also into Fire Emblem as well. Nyx evolves into the pot. It works, it works. Alright. So, Eruben's reading for this year. The overall reading for Eruben is... okay. That's a very easy card to read. What we have here, and I would say that this is a very moderate fortune. It's not good or bad. It's the Hierophant. And the Hierophant, the best blade. The Hierophant is a card that represents maintaining the status quo, right? That you're comfortable as things are, either as things are or the way that you're doing things. You don't want to change that up, right? So it seems that overall, you're going to keep on doing the things that you do because you enjoy doing them. And that's neither good nor bad, but if you're enjoying doing it, then more power to you, right? You want to stay as it is. You want to follow that status quo. You want to keep things the way they are. Now for collaboration, I love this Persona stream playing. I'm gonna, oh my, the emojis really add to that. Okay, so what we have here for collaboration for Eruben. How do I break this to anyone, really? This is just such a... This is a card to draw. Wait, did you? Did I miss that? Oh, you did. I'm gonna slot you in after Teruteru then. How did I miss that? Yeah. So you're in between Teruteru and Solva. I'm sorry about that, Magic. I don't know how I missed that. Is this stream a JoJo reference? Thank you for reminding me. Sorry about that. I always wanted the Persona 3 tarot deck. The one that they have, like, after battles. The only thing is that I'm really bad at interpreting the cards without the symbolism very clearly on it. But I would want one just to have it. But the way I read this, right? We have the Five of Wands. In the collaboration space, this reads as interacting with people, or the people you choose to interact with. Kanazuki, welcome. How am I doing? I'm doing well. We're just doing some chill tarot readings right now. The Persona 5 tarot cards have the symbolism on them just reversed. I think the court cards, or the minor arcana is more what I'm worried about. The major arcana I'm fine with, because that's always very clear with the symbolism. But I remember, like, in Persona 3 and 4, like, the Four of Wands is literally a card that has 4 green wands on it, and that's a little harder to interpret. Like here, looking at the Five of Wands card from Persona 3, it's just literally like 5 green wands. Here it's 5 dudes beating the hell out of each other, which tells me that for collaboration, it might result that working with others might be something that you have to get used to, or it might mean that the people that you try to collaborate with might make things harder for you and for each other. I think it's just make sure that you're very, 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 I guess I would say selective, or just aware of who it is that you choose to work with. You don't want to work with people that will easily, like, cause internal conflicts. You don't want to be fighting with people. Oh yeah, and yeah, it is based on one of the French tarot decks. I do recall that. You're a fake tarot fan. You always forget about the minor arcana. That's fair. It's not as cool as the major arcana. And I'll add you to the list, Kanazuki. So, it's just make sure that you're watching out for who you're collabing with. That they're people that you won't end up fighting with, because otherwise those collabs might not be as comfortable as you want them to be. It's always really weird when you watch, like, 2 people who don't know each other, or people who have really bad synergy collabing with each other, because you can, as a viewer, you can just feel the tension on the stream, and it's just only a little awkward. Those are the worst collabs. I'm sure you know the feeling, Aria. I think you've mentioned something like that to me before. I don't understand the idea of going up to someone you barely know, like someone you barely know, like you saw them on Twitter and you like their design, and you say, let's collab. I don't know you. Don't ask me to collab. Like, I feel like collabs should be reserved for, like, people that you've interacted with. But, like, there's some people who very just like, yeah, collab with me because you look cool. No, get to know me first. Talk with me. I don't care if you're in my chat or in my DMs, but just ask to collab after, like, we've talked a little bit. I have to teach you the steps to ask someone to collab. I mean, it's that people skip the first step of talk to me more than, like, a few times. once you and the person you want to collab with are aware of each other's existence, then you're fine to ask to like collab. Yeah, exactly. You gotta vibe first. You gotta know each other. All right. So for the next card in this reading, we have the career card. And what we have here is Temperance in reverse. So Temperance in reverse. And Temperance in reverse is a card that represents that sort of like loss of control, really, right? So when it comes to the careers card here, it might say that you might put too many eggs in one basket or put too much focus on your work. Whatever it is that you see as your primary work, it might show that you might put too much dedication to what it is that you're doing in a way that might not be healthy for you. That you want to make sure you know how to balance things correctly. Temperance is a card all about moderation. And if you sort of lose that moderation, then, you know, it's very easy to just experience that burnout. There's a lot of ways that burnout can be represented in tarot, but when it comes to the career card here, it sort of is the idea that you're going to be putting a lot more focus into your work without realizing it. And it's so easy to fall into that. It's so easy to fall into the trap of just being married to your work and just forgetting about doing anything else. And you have to remember that everything you got to do in moderation. And that's not to say like even moderation, right? Even moderation has to be done in moderation. Sometimes you got to give your all. Can you request reading? Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we only have about, what, 10 or so, 11 people in queue, but I mean, I'm not in any rush. And if anything, I'll probably continue the list tomorrow as well, if I do run out of time, but I don't think I will. We've already gone through, what, I think this is the 8th? This is the 7th reading right now that we're going through. So, what, I can definitely go for more than 2 hours past this again. So yeah, feel free to request a reading. I'll actually just slot you in after Kanazuki. Fizzy Pop Boy. Yeah. So I'll slot you in there, and then we'll get to you. And even if you have to leave at some point, the recording will be up here. So you'll be able to catch the VOD. So then, for health, we have the Queen of Swords. Can you do divination or reading for a deity? Like, what do you mean? Like, do a reading in the name of a specific deity? I don't think I've ever tried doing that before. I don't know if I would be comfortable doing that because it's not something I've ever practiced. Oh, to find out which deity is calling for you. I don't think I have the power for that. It's not something I've ever thought of doing or that's been asked of me, but I suppose I could. No, I don't know if that would be right for me to try because I don't feel that versed in the cards to ask of something like that. I am sorry. It just seems a little too out of my wheelhouse. And I apologize for that. Elliot's about to reach in the screen. It's like a grab bag, but I just reach into the clouds and just pull out a name. But the Queen of Swords in reverse is what we have for the health. And again, this is sort of the idea, right? The swords as a card for the court cards. That's alright. I recommend taking your time to learn. You're super new to tarot and you have your own deck. Right. I'm not super new, but I've been very on and off with the tarot. And streaming has helped me get into more practice. But I'll read into doing stuff like that as well, so I can be more prepared for something like that in the future. The Queen of Swords, though. The sword court cards a lot of times have to do with the idea of being challenged by someone. And when I see this card in reverse, especially like the sword cards in reverse, I feel like the influence I get here is that the fights are going to be tough. And when we get into the health category here, the way I see it is that there might be some hardships, some challenges to your health, and that may be related to the reverse temperance, that things may be out of balance for you, the way you balance everything out, and it might be negative to your health. So just watch out for that. Watch out for your health. Take care of yourself, really. because it's super easy. And, like, that's just a general, like, work thing to just completely forgo your health for the sake of your craft. And you just want to make sure that, especially as a streamer, especially as someone who's connected to a community, you don't want people to worry about you because you push yourself too hard. Honestly, stick with it. I personally think something personal will probably need to come from your own readings. Exactly. Even, like, reading for yourself is very helpful. That's how I practiced a lot when I was first starting out. And then for money... not the same exact card from the last reading, but similar. We have... the Ten of Swords. So the Ten of Swords here, in reverse, again, just like the Three of Swords, it represents that sort of period of recovery, that there was something that had happened, something that had really damaged you, something that had really, like, monetarily, something materialistic that may have been, like, a lot of work and required a lot out of you, but the pain from that is healing. The regrets from that are recovering. Maybe there was something that you had put a lot of effort into, a lot of material value into, like maybe money, maybe time. Time is money after all. But it didn't fully come out or get received in a way that you wanted it to. But the sting from that is healing. That, you know, that this is going to be a sort of period of recovery. And Phantom Punk, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you could stop by. You'd like to join? Does everyone... Thank you for following as well. Does everyone just know this command? And am I just, like, unaware of how these commands work? Anyway. Phantom Punk. I'll add you to the list. I understand now what join means at this point in time. Is this, like, a thing that people understand for tarot readings? That, like... you just use it because you saw everyone else doing it? Fair. Oop. Oh god, that's the whole list. There we go. It's just typical to... Man, what did I just do right now? What just happened? Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh god. I don't know what I just did, but I think we're good now. Also, hey, we're in purgatory. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now for gambling. Okay. A bit more of a positive card after how weirdly negative this reading has been. Like, very foreboding, very, like, painful. But we have the Nine of Cups here, and the Nine of Cups right side up. So when it comes to gambling, right, when it comes to taking risks, it shows me that there's a lot of different outcomes that you could take here. There's things that'll be offered to you, and it's up to you to take them, right? It's up to you to sort of take a grasp of those risks. This time, it seems like the challenges are calling to you, right? That instead of forcing yourself to work so hard, that you should take a look at the risks that are available to you, the things, the opportunities that are open to you that you're not sure if they're going to pay off or not, but you don't want to push yourself just by working hard, right? They always talk about working smarter, not harder. And it's important to not just push yourself for the sake of working, but understanding that there are different things that you can look at and different ways you can approach what it is that you're working on in a way that may or may not pay off. But the way I see it is that instead of, like, being cautious, I think throwing what's saying, like, throwing caution to the wind and taking a little bit more of a risk than you usually do is sort of what is being told to me here. And that leads us with the advice. Oh, wow. How do these cards always just seem to connect? It's like I say something and then I flip the card and it's like, yeah, this is literally what you were talking about, idiot. Why are you surprised? But the advice that we have here is the Knight of Swords. And the Knight of Swords is a card that represents the heart of the card. It represents challenge. It represents facing something head on. It represents that challenge moving forward. The guy's on the horse charging rapidly, and it's just telling me that with the risks out there, with the different options you have available to you, you need to, or it is advisable, I should say, not need to. You don't need to do anything. I am simply just offering advice here. It's important that if you're going to keep on doing things the way you've been doing them, that you want to look at the possible options you have available to you, the possible different risks that you can take, and sort of just go head on, tackle it without reservation. That's sort of what I'm getting here. So don't be afraid, just take those risks, because they're not just risks, right? You should have an idea in your head about how you want to approach these things, but I feel like it's implying to get out of your comfort zone a little bit, maybe break through just a little bit, because you don't want to stagnate, right? You don't want to just stay the same, which is what the Hierophant sort of like implies is happening. So you want to make sure you take that step forward. So that's the reading I have for you, Eruben. And let me now get the new icon, because next up we have Aria Eternity. God damn it. Will I take a break from readings after finishing the queue? Probably. I might take a break in the middle of reading even, possibly. Like if I need to get a drink of water, I might do so. Let me just zoom out this a little bit. Not your NFT monkey icon! This Twitter icon is actually murdering me right now, Aria. Okay, but anyway, Aria. Here we are. So you're reading for the new year. What? Do I have to put another space? There we go. You got lit last night and changed it. You know what? Absolutely fair. Absolutely understandable. I do not blame you one bit. That icon is very much... I mean, literally for New Year's, I definitely posted... I couldn't post a picture of anything celebrating New Year's. So I posted a picture... The most joyous picture of myself that I had on my phone, which was the picture of me drawn over Ralsei from Deltarune smoking a fat blunt, chuffing a fat dart. Which, Happy New Year's, everyone. Let's shuffle this deck up. That card slapping ASMR. I'm in a 3DIO microphone and just like slap cards on either side of the ears, just for the real card shuffling ASMR experience. Imagine you go to like a fortune teller's house, they read your fortune, but like when they shuffle the deck, they just like put the deck up to your ears and just do that. It seems like it would almost be rude if not for the fact that they were trying to be sensual. Like, yes, I am the ASMR tarot reader. That sounds only a little bit cursed. Alright. So now we have our 7 cards. And we'll clear out the screen. Yeah, it's a satisfying. They shoot the cards out of those money guns. Where's the NFT tarot deck? Also, I don't think I stretched. There we go. NFT nice fucking tarot. Oh, that's good. That's very good. Let me take another sip. All right, so the first card we have, the overall impact of this reading. I would say this is a good fortune. Not a great fortune, but a mildly positive one. We have the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups is a card that represents, you know, a messenger, right? Knight cards are always like... Knight and pages typically represent messengers being sent. And that's all you need, baby. Mildly positive. And it's a card that represents, you know, creative energies, right? I think it might be that you might find inspiration in things that you see, and that you might have a good, easier time than others may have, just taking inspiration, getting that sort of burst of creativity from the things around you. The sound of cards when you riffle shuffle them is based. Yeah, the card shuffling sounds are good. But yeah, it's a sign of creativity, it's a sign of wellness, that things will be getting better than they were in the previous year, that it's a sign, a message that 2022 your TikTok is popping off, confirmed. You'll find just the right meme to copy off of, and that'll make everything pop off. But it's a message of creativity, of creative spirits, that sort of mental energy coming out. When it comes to collabs, interesting. So properties, let's do this one. This one just had to be all the court cards, huh? This one is the Page of Wands, right? So the Page of Wands is a messenger, again, a more passive one. The Knights are typically more active, while the Pages are typically more passive. And the way, what I get from here is that when it comes to collaborations, I think it's the idea that you want to be more grounded with what it is, who it is that you work with. That rather than, you know, you've talked about people coming to you for collabs just randomly out of nowhere, but with the Page of Wands, I feel like it's the idea that when it comes to collabing with people this year, that you'll want to be more grounded, think harder about how it is that you want to work with people, think about, just be like more discerning, right? With the wands, when it comes to the wands, it's more talking about that internal energy, that sort of what keeps you grounded. So as the Page of Wands representing collaborations, it's more like being very conscious of who you choose to work with. And I see the Page of Wands more representing yourself than another person, and just as people come to you, being more like having more of a filter of who you choose to and to not work with. For career, we have trust no one, not even yourself. You can't even collab with your own self. What a shame. When it comes to your career, so it seems positive. It's the right side. I wouldn't. We're all a little bit cringe. She's out of her own league. We have the Three of Cups. And the Three of Cups is a card that represents, again, celebration, sharing with others. So it seems like the victories that you'll have victories in this year when it comes to your career that will be ones that you'll feel are worth celebrating with others, right? Maybe it'll mean that you'll be hitting more milestones. Maybe it means that there'll be small victories that you encounter that, you know, you'll feel you and the people that support you will be very happy for. Things seem to be very positive here. It's a very positive reading. Health is now reflected in. Okay. So Judgment is a very, like, what's the word? Penultimate card, right? It's the card that comes before a major decision. It's the card that essentially talks about, like, or it comes before a major outcome. It's sort of like the card that represents, like, that sort of decision point here, right? It's nearly the end of the Fool's Journey. So when it comes to health, right? I feel like this is almost really on the nose. That your health will be pretty determined by yourself, right? That you'll need to make sure that you do things that keep you healthy, right? That you don't want to just sort of go ham, go too hard, and push yourself to a point, oh, the cards are gonna make me go to the doctor. Oh, finally, right? But the Judgment card here tells me that a lot of things pertaining to your health will be things in your power, things that you want to more or less be aware of. Like, I see this more as, like, taking care of yourself, right? If you're not taking care of yourself, if you're not, like, taking care of your body, then your health will decline. But as long as you're consciously trying to take the steps to make yourself better, then things should be a positive. It's very easy to forget to take care of ourselves, though, which I think is where that sort of trouble comes into play. That you want to make sure that you are actively taking care of yourself, doing the things that you need to do in order to be better. Now, when it comes to money... Huh. Okay. Drink water. Get jacked. 28 hydrate redeems. 1 second. Let's go, let's go, gentlemen. Alright, the money card is the world, in right side up this time around. And the world is a sort of like a card representing endings, right? A card representing, you know, a finality. Thank you for reminding me to take a sip. Oh, okay. That's another sip. Now I'm doubly jacked. So the world represents sort of like something coming to an end, right? Maybe there's some kind of project that you're working on. Maybe there's something financially that you've been investing in. And maybe it'll pay off. Maybe not necessarily related to streaming. Maybe it's related to your own work. But it seems like something will be coming to some kind of resolution. Monkey NFT? God damn it! How am I supposed to give a tarot reading with any sort of seriousness when I'm getting, is that a JoJo reference? Dio Brando, Zawarudo. God damn it. But some Aria can stop time confirmed. Essentially what it means is that it's coming to the end of the journey. There's some kind of realization. It's not necessarily a big positive or negative. Usually getting the world is seen as a pretty big boon. So maybe there's going to be some kind of decision that you make that will ultimately be a positive in regards to your finances. Maybe a new job, or maybe a better job opens up to you. Who knows? That's why it's Aria Eternity, time stop power. Nice. God damn it. Oh my god, am I getting waterboarded by the chat? I'm almost out of water. Are we just drowning Elliot now, please? We're drowning the streamer. I might actually have to take a step out depending on how many more I get because my water's empty. Alright, gambling. For the gambling card, we have... I actually don't think we've pulled this one yet. It's like interesting when we finally get a card that hasn't been pulled yet. We have the Six of Cups. And the Six of Cups is a card that represents generosity. Idle break to refill the water and receive fresh air. Probably. I'll probably do that. So we have the Six of Cups, which represents a sort of idea, the sort of idea of like generosity, community, that kind of stuff. And what I get in the gambling position is that, you know, hello, how can I get a tarot reading? By redeeming in the bottom corner, you can just hit that extra credit icon. But I'll also just drop you into the queue right now as well. MDE Maggie. I'll just write Maggie as your name. That's fine. So, what it is, right? It's the idea that the risks that you take aren't going to be, like, they won't have a lot of backlash, right? That you have the opportunity to take risks without them causing like much trouble to you. So I would say that when you see situations like that, when those opportunities provide themselves, and they won't really have that much of a backlash if they don't go well, I think it would be a good idea to sort of be more daring with that, be more risky when you have the chance to. So that's what I get for the gambling. And the advice card. Interesting. We end with the Two of Wands in reverse. So as an advice card, right? We talked about this reading, how creative energies will come to you. Yeah, the little purple bubble, it's under the chat, exactly. Creative energies will come to you. Those kinds of thoughts, something will be inspiring to you. And as it inspires you, let me actually just do this. As those thoughts inspire you, you don't want to wait on them, right? You don't want to just sit on them. As you get that inspiration, it's telling me that you should act when you have the chance to. You don't want to procrastinate on things, which, God, that's hard if I know anything. That's not the easiest thing to do. But it's saying that you don't want to wait for opportunities. The moment an opportunity appears or presents itself, to seize it, right? Take those chances, right? Make that TikTok pop off. The moment you see a new hip TikTok trend that you can jump into, take it. But that's sort of what I get here. That's sort of the idea that I'm getting from this reading, that, you know, there's going to be some victories here. There's going to be decisions that you make that will be important, that change the way that you approach things. Like with the world here in the money section, might represent like a decision that you make involving money. And oh, thank you. How to not procrastinate. The cards are telling me you're going to be the next Halloween. Those auditions did open up. How to not procrastinate. Have a friend stand over you with a 2-meter-long spider. That is a good way to not procrastinate. But yeah, the main things that I'm getting here is that you want to focus on those creative efforts, and you want to be more proactive with them. And thank you for the follow, Maggie. Dio procrastinated on attacking Jotaro. Don't make the same mistake. Everything goes back to JoJo. But that's what I get. And just making sure that you take care of yourself, making sure that you take the risks that you know are safe to take. I guess at that point they're not really risks, but still, you know, it is what it is. Alright, and you've been added to the list, Maggie. So next we have... the next fortune we have up is... Rensia. So true, Kana. You gotta be proactive in destroying Bloodline. You can post a queue again, yeah. Let me put up Rensia's icon. Save image as. This is a JPG. We save over it. And there we go. Alright. I am going to refill my water. I am going to be right back. Hang tight, everyone. Okay, that is 12. That is 12 drink redeems. So I'm gonna look at the timer. I'm gonna look at the timer on my stream, and we're gonna drink for 12 seconds. We're gonna hydrate him so hard it'll carry over into tomorrow. Do it for the TikTok. All right. And I'm gonna gulp really loudly, so you can tell that I'm not stopping. All right. At 28 minutes. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ah, that is water. That is chug, 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 chug. Elliot dies. It's okay, we only drowned a little bit. Okay. So now, for Rensia, I did in fact chug water after 12 redeems while I was away. That was at least 1 water. It's okay, the tip is that you take little sips instead of just speed chugging it. I only said I would do it for 12 seconds. I didn't say how fast I would drink it. I think it was 12 waters. They're making my stomach bigger. It's just gonna be that one comment guy. Hey, check out how hard I can pee. Alright. Then after this reading, I believe that'll be it for the everyone who requested on Twitter. So we'll be getting to the readings for the people who redeemed during stream. Oh wait, no. After this one we have Reyna, and Reyna's the last of the Twitter comments. Reminds me of the old Max Mofo video where you drink 4 liters of water. One stream we need to save all the sips for the end. You're gonna turn me into Badlands Chugs. God, it reminds me of that one video I saw of a guy who was like, I'm gonna try to drink all of this seltzer in 1 chug. And then he gets halfway through the bottle and he starts screaming like, what do I do? What do I do? And then he like runs into the garage door, which he had half open. Oh God. I need to pull that video up actually. That video's wretched. That video is terrible. Imagine commenting on this Twitter post. Caught you, I didn't see the Twitter, thanks Twitter. Right? That Twitter algorithm sure do be tricky. I tried retweeting the thing a bunch of times too, but I guess it's just easy. Because depending on what time you're looking at Twitter, it really just makes it possible to just miss it. It's such a funny video. But yeah, let's go to reading Rensia's reading. Alright. So, the overall reading for Rensia. I haven't interacted with them that much. I know they do a lot of art. Wait, is that the video? Yes! Chuggling a sparkling water and not a San Pellegrino, I think it was. God, that video is so good. Alright. So, the fortune for this one, right? The way I see this fortune, it's a right side up card, and it's a pentacle. It's very inherently money related. And wait, I need to just put this up on the screen for everyone to see. I don't mean to cut this short, but this video is just insanely ridiculous. I think everyone needs to see this video at least once in their life. It's absolutely wretched. Wait, where is my Chrome capture? Here it is. Properties. Here it is. And let me just pull this up to the front. It's absolutely unhinged is what it is. The way he just panics and says, what do I do? And then for some reason his garage door is half closed. Gets me every time. Oh, what do I do? And he burps while running into it. Completely failing the initial mission of chug a sparkling water without burping. He was so confident too. Oh, the video didn't have any audio? Oh, shoot. I'm opening it up again. It's...
Your man might have the Star Wars Lego set Death Star, but can he chug a sparkling water and not burp?
He's going so strong.
Oh my gosh. What do I do?
I just can't every time. Oh, what do I do? The first time Mysteria showed me that video, it had me laughing for multiple days on end. Anyway, back to the reading. Back to the reading. I would say that this reading reads as... Not sure how you can mess that up more. Honestly, the confidence, that's just a perfect example of hubris. Anyway, I would say that this is also a very neutral fortune. It's not great, it's not bad, it's just the idea that you need to be balanced. This card is very similar to Temperance, the 14th Major Arcana, but this one more is talking about balancing out your money, right? Balancing out your material values, as opposed to just your life in general. It's talking about keeping yourself, keeping the things that you have, your possessions, balanced out. And what we have for collaborations working with others, we have... This is the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. It's a messenger, but this time it's a messenger of, again, money. Huh. Money sure is a common topic here. It's a message of material values, but one that, like, in reverse, it might mean that instead of waiting for the message, you might have to be the one who reaches out for these things, right? That if there are people that you want to work with, if you want to collaborate with people that you want to work together with, that you have to want these things. You have to be the one who takes the active steps in order to get what it is that you need. And that might be by just directly talking to people or just putting yourself out there more, that making your presence more known to others, connecting with others, just letting more people know you exist. So that's what I'm getting for the reading there, for the collaboration, working with others, that you need to take... It's saying that you need to take more of an initiative, essentially. Or you should. None of these are need to do's, these are suggestions. The career we have now, what we have for career is... Oh, Maro Karan, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Happy New Year. I hope your stream went well. I know you were talking about New Year's resolutions. Happy New Year, welcome. And thank you for the follow, Raiden Shogun, welcome. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you were able to talk about your New Year's resolutions and what you wanted to do for the coming year. Right now, we're just reading fortunes. We're almost done actually reading the fortunes from everyone from Twitter, and soon we'll be getting to the fortunes that have been redeemed for the stream. So right now we are reading for Rensia, who is a VTuber artist that I met quite a bit ago, but I haven't caught a lot of their streams in recent time. I think I popped in once or twice many months ago, but it's been a while. And I feel like that's kind of just how Twitter is, you know? Sometimes you see people, you talk with them, and then it's really easy to just get lost in the sea. Ooh, you got ambitious goals for this year. That's exciting. I hope things go well for you. And for any of you guys who are just coming in, feel free to also redeem the Fortune Redeem if you also want to get your tarot read for the new year. We're just doing New Year's readings, so just to see like how the year goes, things to expect, and all that kind of stuff. And Elfofo also, thank you for the follow. What we have here now is, for health, we have Major Arcana card in reverse. We have the Emperor. So the Emperor in reverse is kind of an interesting one, right? Because the Emperor usually represents someone in your life, someone being that sort of leading figure, someone who really guides you, right? A mentor figure. This might not even necessarily have to do with your own health potentially, but like maybe the health of someone that you know, right? A health of someone that you look up to, maybe someone that you know might not be in good health, maybe someone that you know might have trouble, and maybe that you might need to be there for them. Alternatively, and I'll add you to the list, Alfofo. Alfofo. How did I remove my own self from the list? Anyway, so the way I interpret the Emperor here is that either that someone that you know might be in bad health or might fall into that, or potentially another interpretation of the Emperor is that idea that, you know, it represents taking charge, it represents being a leader, and it might mean that if you put yourself in a situation where you take charge, if you put yourself in a situation where you have to be the leading figure, it might be that you might take on responsibilities that might be a little overwhelming to you, to a point where it might make you, like, it might affect your health. So it's another thing to watch out for, that you want to make sure that you don't push yourself too hard. Also, I just realized I never went over the career card. So I think this is when we got rated. So the career card that we have here, the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups is a card about moving forward, but moving forward with sort of like, you know, regrets, right? You can see the way that the man in this card is moving away from what he has. The cups are in the foreground, and he's sort of just walking away. And the interpretation here, oh, this is the Seven of Cups. The interpretation is that, you know, you sort of are leaving these things behind that aren't necessarily bad, and there might be reasons why you have to leave them behind, but they're not reasons that you're particularly happy for. So in reverse, the way that this is in reverse is that it might be that you're leaving things behind because you know that they weren't good for you, that you're in a situation where things are not what you wanted them to be. So you made the decision to get up and go because you know it wasn't right for you. And that is also reflected in the sort of balance here, right? That you need to know how to balance out your time and your money, how to balance out the things that you have. So by making those decisions, that might be the step that you take to balance everything out. And I don't have my pointer here, right? The balance here, that sort of overall outcome. So in order to balance out your life, it might be necessary that you had to take those steps away. Now for money, for fortune, we have properties. Let's change this. We have the Nine of Pentacles. It's a very happy card, right? It's the idea that, you know, this year, maybe something good will come to you. Maybe some positive things will happen that will affect you and your wealth or your fortunes in a more positive way. That you'll be luckier this year, essentially. That compared to last year, more good things may come to you. And they're not necessarily things that, like, you can ask for, right? You can't ask for good things to come to you. It happens, right? Like, obviously, you have to work for things, but, you know, it's that idea that, you know, people always talk about luck being a factor in things, and I think luck will be more of a positive factor for you in this year. I added you to the list, Maro, so we'll get to you. Right now we have how many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ah, yeah, 15. That's fine. That's no problem. For gambling, we have the Page of Cups. So the Page of Cups, again, is a messenger, right? A messenger of creative energies. Very similar to the Knight, but this is more passive, right? The Knight talks typically more about being active with yourself, while the Page is just sort of like that inspiration hitting you, right? It's not like someone or something came to you, it's just when it comes to taking risks, I think what I read here is that you sort of just want, when an idea comes to your mind, when you realize something, take a hold of that idea. Think about that idea and try and build on that. don't just let it sit there. Try to put that idea into motion if you think that it can work out, right? You want to take risks, but like creative risks, right? That, you know, you're not sure how people will take those ideas, how people will take what it is that you put out, but if some kind of new creative idea comes to you, go and chase that idea. Don't be afraid to chase it. This is a card that tells me that, you know, your creative energies will guide you in a way that I think the risks will be worth the reward. And the advice here, the final card that we have, we have the Queen of Wands. So the Queen of Wands is a representative of, again, these court cards are representative of sort of the object that they portray. Here with the Queen of Wands, it's sort of that idea of staying grounded, staying connected, and staying down to earth. So again, leading into being balanced out, you want to make sure that you just keep a cool head. You want to make sure that you stay balanced out. You want to make sure that you don't push yourself too hard. You don't want to rush things. You don't want to go in over your head. You know that you need to keep things balanced out. So try to keep things balanced out. Do what it is that you need to do in order to maintain that balance. And if there are risks, if there are ideas that you have, chase them. But don't go you don't need to overextend. You don't need to reach too far in order to get to those goals for this year. So that's what I have for you, Rensia. I hope that helps. And I hope if you're catching the VOD, I hope, you know, if you have any questions, and this goes for anyone, you know, anyone like watching the VOD or anyone who's here right now but can't catch the rest of it. If you watch the VOD and have any questions about what it is that I say during my reading, you can just like DM me or ask me in chat in the future, and I could elaborate more on the reading. So now, the last of the readings from Twitter is good old Reyna Chapeau. Everyone's favorite handsome gentleman thief woman magician. So let's save this. And let's update the names. So this is Reyna. Let's see what the cards hold for her. Let's shuffle it. I wonder how this would sound on an ASMR microphone, actually. Like, if you put these cards, like, really close to, like, the ears of an ASMR microphone, like, would that be a good sound? Would that be pleasing to the ears? Like, someone, like, very seductively just whispering your fortune instead of me just, like, reading it out very plainly. It sounds already pretty good and satisfying. Like, hey, you drew the 3 of hearts. Good fucking luck, buddy. Just like someone like whispering into your ear. I don't think I'd have the voice to do an ASMR like that. God. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, Nix. Ooh, sorry for bumping the microphone. Tarot ASMR. I maybe one day I'll set up a dual microphone setup. But I don't know if that's a focus. Was it? Was it? Thank you, I guess. And Raiden, I'm glad you love the stream. Thank you. I normally don't do a lot of tarot streams, but I'm glad people are enjoying the readings. I always feel worried, like, I don't know how people always take, like, watching other people's readings, but I'm glad everyone's sticking around and enjoying seeing the fortunes. Alright, so now we have Reyna. Your voice would be... Thank you. I'm flattered that you think so, Nix. So for Reyna's reading, we have... I don't think there's any way to sugarcoat this one. This is like with Takako's reading. But, let me move this out of the way for now. So card 1. Interesting that the Gentleman Thief Street Magician ends up with not so great luck. But I guess that would be the life of a thief, huh? Let me see. Why can't I find this card here? Is this card just not in the deck? Oh, here it is. So the card that I have for Reyna's overall reading is the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords, I mean, you can just look at it. This doesn't look like a good fortune. I would say that this is bad luck. This is a bad fortune out of the gate. It's a card that overall represents feeling tied and bound to where you are, feeling like you can't move, you can't you can't go anywhere. It's not a pleasant card. It's not a happy card to see that. You feel stuck and unable to move. But with collaboration, okay. For collaboration, we have the Lovers. And it's a card that represents, and this is right side up, it's a card that represents, just happiness, being together with your loved ones, whether it be actual loved ones, or platonic relationships, that kind of stuff. It's positive. It represents, successes there. It represents that working with others is something to look forward to this year, right? The work that you do with others will be work that feels rewarding and work that feels satisfying for everyone involved. The career card is the Knight of Swords in reverse. And the Knight of Swords in reverse, again, we talked about this earlier, it's a message for a challenge. It's the idea that challenges will be head towards you head on, and in reverse it means that these challenges are going to be difficult to fight. That, it's not like it's going to be an even fight. You expect it to be very balanced, that you take the challenge head on, you guys, it's like an even kind of fight. In reverse, I feel like it's gonna be talking about how the challenges you face towards your career, whether it be your actual career towards streaming, that there's gonna be a lot of challenges that keep you on the back foot, and they're gonna be hard to fight through, which I guess connected to the overall outcome, that Eight of Swords means that, you'll feel like there's a lot of things pushing you, but there's not much you can do against it to push back. What we have for the health card now. The health card is if I'm not mistaken, it is the Ten of Pentacles. I feel like we've seen this one quite a lot. And it's in right side up. So I'm not getting anything negative about your health here. It's your favorite stream. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you're enjoying the fortune reading. But the Ten of Pentacles represents the idea that, you'll be celebrating, you'll be happy. I think it represents good health for the year, that it's not going to be anything to worry about necessarily, that your health will be fine, and that it's just maybe physically, it should be a good year. There's not anything much to worry about for that. There's not much to talk about there. For money, we have another card that's popped up every now and then, but in this time, in this position right now, we have it reversed. It's the idea of celebration, or the idea that, we can't, the celebration is not one that you feel you should be celebrating. So the Four of Wands in reverse, in the money position, represents that there might be things that are cause to celebrate, but it's not celebration that you feel you should be celebrating, That maybe there's a victory, but not a victory that you feel is one that is satisfying to you. That maybe some outcomes financially related or materialistically related are a victory, but not in the way that you feel. It feels like bittersweet, if anything. And I'll add you to the list, Raiden. So it's just that idea that, there will be a celebration, but it's not one that you feel you can celebrate when it comes to that kind of stuff. Which is hard, but like, you know, like sometimes like work gets done, but like it's work that you didn't enjoy or things that you weren't proud of, and that while everyone is happy and cheering, you just feel a little bit of regret. Gambling now. Taking risks. We have... let's see. We have the... If I can just find it. Interesting. We have the Knight of Cups. And this time, it's right side up. So, when it comes to gambling, right? This appeared earlier in the readings. The Knight of Cups in the gambling position tells me that it's more like, in terms of taking risks, that you're gonna have to sort of... That there'll be creative endeavors that you're looking forward to, that the risks, I think, will be worth the taking. That, you know, they might be a challenge, they might be things that might be moving a bit too fast. You're not sure whether or not you'll be able to participate or do those kind of risks. But I think that if you take them, I think they'll feel fulfilling to you in a sort of creative sense, specifically. That, you know, it'll be something that is fulfilling to you in that sort of emotional, mental sense as well. So here it's telling me that there's nothing warning you against taking risks, but, you know, as always, you want to be careful with it. You want to be careful when it comes to gambling and taking, like, being risky and that kind of stuff. But it overall seems like a positive message to me that it will turn out, is more likely to be positive than negative as an experience. And the advice I have... I feel like a lot of this reading is positive except for the outcome and the advice. But sometimes tarot readings go like that, huh? Sometimes the cards just tell you a message like that. And the message here, the advice I have... is to stick the landing. We have the Tower here. The Tower is a card that represents, you know, hubris, it represents loss, it represents things just spiraling out of control. And I think what's interesting here is that that's the advice following up what we have for the outcome card, which is the Eight of Swords. We're representing that there's a situation that you feel like there's not anything you can do about anything. And the advice is that it just says to blow it all up, essentially, which is interesting, you know? I don't know fully what is being advised here, but I think it's just saying that, like, maybe despite how rough things are, a new start might not be the worst idea. I don't know how that new start would happen. I don't know what kind of situation is being reflected in the Tower, what it could be that is, maybe it's whatever it is that is making you feel constrained and restricted. Maybe there's just some change, some big shakeup that needs to happen. So that's really what I'm getting here. That's really the interpretation I'm getting for this reading. Because there's a lot of positive things here. There's talking about how your interactions with others will be good, your health seems to be fine, but it just seems like there's some regrets here, and some challenges that are keeping you in a bit of a troublesome position. So depending on how you deal with those challenges, the rest of everything else should line up to be positive. It's always a little tricky once those cards like the Eight of Swords and the Tower appear and everything. It's always just a little weird to work with. So, that is your reading, Reyna. And now, let's see if I can find these other people on Twitter. Because I do not know how to get an image for them. I could take their Discord image, I guess. Because I have Kuro on Discord, so I can do that. But I don't know how I can do it for everyone else. Let's see. Let's see where I could find this. Can I just open this image? No, I can't download this image. That's fine. We'll just, if I don't have an image for them, I have a Discord. I don't have an actual Discord server, but I'm in a Discord. I'm in other Discord servers with other people, is what it is. I am gonna open up. I plan on opening up a server soon. It's actually gonna tie into when I start doing my Japanese lessons again. I'm gonna open up my classroom. Yeah. But I think for people who don't have on Twitter, I'll just leave it blank. Let's just take out this image for now. There we go. Amber Cord. Amber Cord. I think every teacher VTuber should just get together and make an entire like VTuber school Discord. Just have like different voice chats be different classrooms. Yeah, I'll make sure it's linked in Twitch and also on my Twitter once it goes upwards. It goes up. Maybe Twitter default picture. You can draw doodle. There's so many people. I don't want to ask you to doodle for everyone. Unless you want to like do a doodle for like a default person. You can do that as well. VTuber school. But yeah, let's see. How do I find just the default Twitter picture? You said you my image when it comes up. Yeah, I know I have you on Twitter. So yeah, I see it. Let's see. God, that is... Looking up default Twitter picture was probably the worst mistake. There was actually just porn there immediately. Okay. VTuber school where you teach me how to do basic math. Yes, of course. I will teach everyone how to do math. Nyx is so cool, right? Nyx is the coolest. Alright, so we're gonna read for Kuroisnotsalty. And I'll just refer to them as Kuro. What's 9 plus 10? It's 910, Aria, obviously. You just put the 9 in front of the 10. Come on. I have you on Twitter, Kanazuki, so I'll just use your Twitter profile picture. So for Kuro, it is not 21. You are correct. Let's read Kuro. And let's see. Let's shuffle this deck up. So I know Kuro is probably asleep, but if they appear back in my chat again, I'll know that they never actually fell asleep. Lewin is cool. I would say, in the few amounts of chapters I've played of Genealogy of the Holy War, despite him not being a mounted unit, I definitely pumped a lot of experience into him because I have a soft spot for early game mages. And Lewin just looks cool, also. Like, can we just, like, be, like... You'll see it when we put up Kanazuki's reading. But Lewin definitely has one of my favorite, like, bard designs in Fire Emblem. He's your go-to mage. I definitely would say he was, if I still played Fire Emblem Heroes. Why do all my favorites in that game have to be bad? They gave Urk the 4-star unit treatment, and I was upset. They made Sarah a Gen 1 colorless mage. At least Hilda's a good unit, and Marianne. Alright, so now let me just shuffle this a bit more. And after I do this reading, I'll also take another quick faculty meeting. I think after that 12-second water chug, it did something to me. But let's go. This one is for Kuro. Alright. You just want some version of Ephraim? Fair. Alright. So for Kuro's reading, okay. I would say getting a card like this represents a good fortune. So, actually more than a good fortune. I wouldn't say it's the best fortune, but Kuro's overall reading is the King of Wands. So, again, the King of Wands. This is very interesting. You think so? I'm glad you like hearing about these readings. The King of Wands is a figure who stands tall. He is at the top of the wand hierarchy. And wands, again, talk about being like grounded, having that kind of stability, right? So what I get as the overall reading for Kuro is that for this year, right, he'll be more grounded, he'll be more stable, that the things that he want to focus on are very like stable and grounded. He knows what he wants, he knows how to keep steady. So, you know, just a very solid, great fortune, I would say. That the King of Wands is like the top of the sort of, you know, the suits. So I think this is a good representation, a very good fortune for that year. For collaboration, for working with others, we get So I don't think Kuro streams, but in regards to working with others, in regards to collaboration, just in general interacting with other people, like interpersonal relationships, we have the Eight of Wands, you know? And again, it's that idea, that sort of building of energy, right? That the wands are flying up into the sky. It represents like a gathering of power, right? So the way I always interpret this is that, you know, when it comes to interacting with other people, that you're just, it's something that you're working on, something that you're getting better at, something you're improving on. So I feel like it just means that interacting with other people this year is just going to be a more positive experience overall. That, you know, you'll meet more people, you'll be able to find it easier to talk with others and that kind of stuff. For the career, also be aware during your fortune you will. That's fair. I don't blame you. For the career card, what we have is, this is the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. So the Nine of Pentacles is a very serene card. You know, the lady is standing in her field in front of all her pentacles, in front of all her wealth. And the way I read this being in reverse for the career card is that there might be some things that are rocky in the way that you work, in the place that you, where it is that you're currently working. So things might not be as easygoing as they were, but that's all right. As long as you stay grounded, as long as you keep a cool head, as long as you are focused, as long as you keep up that energy, I think even if things get shaky, that you should be able to just keep up with what is giving you trouble. Health now. The health card that we have is the Six of Cups. And it's right side up. So again, it's a card that represents, you know, giving, taking care of others. So the impression that I have here is that your own health isn't going to be something that is something you need to worry too much about, and you'll be fine. It seems like you'll have a good solid year, and you'll be able to help those who may need help as well. That, you know, because your health is going to be not so bad, because your health might not be as much of a worry, that it'll be easier for you to help those who need help. That's sort of the impression I get. And maybe even if your health isn't like your first priority, maybe even if things go bad, you'll still, it seems that like the priority is on like taking care of others when it comes to health issues. For money, it's interesting because it sort of ties in with career. Money and career are pretty closely tied together. We have the Five of Swords in reverse. So the Five of Swords in reverse sort of represents a sort of like loss of a challenge, right? That, you know, maybe something came to challenge you and things didn't go the way you wanted it to go. So the way I could see that is that maybe things happen where you work, things happen in what it is that you like get that sort of materialistic value out of. And, you know, it doesn't have to be money, but like things that you focus on, things related to that. Maybe you lost some kind of a challenge, and it turns out that, you know, we all experience our losses, and it's just a matter of picking yourself up, right? And it sort of goes hand in hand with that career card here. You know, the imbalance there, things getting shaken up, things not being as calm as they were, that loss of a challenge. Those kind of things go pretty closely together. But again, as long as you stay centered, as long as you are focused, I think that idea there is what'll keep you going. And then properties, we have for gambling. We have Temperance in reverse. And Temperance in reverse, again, we talked about this earlier in previous readings, but when it's reversed, it sort of means that you've lost control of balance, right? So I think this is serving as a warning to, when it comes to taking risks, to not. You know, back off, you know, do it in moderation, because this is a warning that things will possibly spiral out of control, that you might indulge more than you need to, and not that it will lead into, like, gain or loss, because again, with gambling and taking risks, it always can go one way or another, but it's implying here that you're going to take a lot of risks, so if you're going to take a lot of risks, make sure that you're able to be comfortable after those risks are taken, I guess is all I can say. You want to make sure that those risks don't leave you empty-handed. But, you know, I guess they say go big or go home, right? The advice I have here now, the last card here, is the Page of Pentacles. We have the Page of Pentacles here in reverse. So again, another messenger card. This one talking about money right now. So the advice here is that it's a little strange, right? We talked about how the situations talk about how you're very grounded, how you very much have control, and maybe the things surrounding you are things that are out of your control, right? So you can stay as resilient as you can, but things are going to be going out of control. And the Page of Pentacles in reverse being a messenger related to financial decisions might be a warning to just be careful, right? Even if you are very, like, set in your decisions, even if you are very solid and you have a very good foundation, I think if there are warnings that come to you, to make sure that you give them a listen, right? Make sure that you take other people's words and advice in check, right? The idea here is that there will be people that you talk to, new people, a lot of energy that you get that you will be able to, like, more better interact with other people. So those people that you interact with, maybe take their information, maybe take what it is they have to say. Maybe if things are going wrong, turn to the people that you've met. That's sort of the idea that I get here. That despite things around you going a bit crazy, make sure that you listen and confide to those that you know you can trust. So that's what I have for you, Kuro. Alright? That is your reading. And I'm sure you'll see this when you check the VOD out later on. But now, the next person in line is Thaumologist. And once I get back, we'll start with him. Wait a second. Ooh, check my DMs. All right. I will make sure to do that. Oh, cute. Cute. I'll do that, yeah. For people who do not have pictures, yeah, I'll use that. Thank you. But Thaumologist is up next, and I do have him on Twitter. But thank you for that, Nix. I appreciate it. Why is the name? There we go. All right. Give me one moment, though. I'll be right back. Alright everyone, I am back. Let me get to Thaumologist now. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you like the music. I haven't actually changed any of my music up since I started streaming. I've always been using these tracks since I first started. They're good tracks from DOVA Syndrome. I'm a very big fan of them. Let me just get that tarot there. And let me just put the picture here. There we go, Thaumologist. Alright. So now, let me get a reading. Let's get these cards all gathered up. And let me shuffle the deck. Pop, 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 shuffle, shuffle. And then we gotta do the bridge. There we go. And another few cuts. And let's begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Now, for your reading, Thaumologist, let me clear this all out, and we'll start again from the beginning. So, card 1. Okay. Not too bad either. So what we have here, I'm going to say this is a great fortune reading as well. I'll say that the year seems to be bright for you. Your luck seems to be good. We have the King of Cups here. So if the King of Wands from the previous reading... Oh, Blackweed, thank you. Thank you for the follow. If King of Cups... Also, let me get my follower alerts. Where did they go? Let me get these all on the top, actually. Yes, so the King of Cups... Or in the previous reading, the King of Wands, we talked about how that represents sort of being grounded, being down to earth, like knowing what it is and that kind of stuff. The King of Cups has a very strong foundation in being tapped into your creative side. That mentally, emotionally, and creatively, that you are very set on what it is that you want to do. You have confidence, and it's just, it reads as a good fortune overall. Seeing the kings and the queens, seeing the higher court cards in these overalls are typically good signs. Anyway, for collaborations, we have drawn the Ten of Swords. It's not a pleasant card. So the idea that I'm getting here for your collaborations, for working with other people, is to be careful, right? Understand that people all around, we all have our own things, right? And you need to know who to trust. You need to know that, you know, if there are people you can't trust, then keep them at arm's length. You don't want to end up hurt because you were too nice. You don't want to be like too friendly, overly nice, and it turns out that everything is all wrong. So it's a warning, essentially, that, you know, you don't want to end up stabbed in the back once, let alone 10 times. So the warning here, the message here is to be very careful when you're working with others, right? It's always, like, you always want to be able to, like, be friendly with everyone, to, like, keep a good rapport, but also, yeah, also just make sure you know who it is that you're working with. That's what I get here. It's always kind of a grim kind of thing to get, especially in the collaboration slot of it, out of everything. For career, for streaming, what we have here is the Six of Wands in reverse. Readings for the year. What's up, Tan? Yes, we're doing readings for the new year. So the Six of Wands in reverse. Typically, this is a card that represents people around you cheering and celebrating. But in reverse, it's a bit more of a different card here. It might represent that, you know, people aren't cheering for you, that, you know, the things that you do may go unnoticed, like, even if you're working hard, that the creative endeavors that you pursue might not be ones that get the recognition that you want them to get. So, you know, instead of the celebration there, maybe you might be celebrating with just you and a couple of people as opposed to a huge fanfare. And what I get for the health is the Hierophant in reverse. Which we talked about the Hierophant in reverse, right side up, talking about how it's a card that maintains the status quo, about a card that keeps everything, you know, keeping everything the same. List, let me pull up the list. The list right now is that. I think that's how it is. That was the order, right? Did I accidentally bump you down? Oh, you have it. Yeah. Fizzy Pop Boy and then Phantom Bug. Oh, I had it reversed. Sorry. Yes, Nyx has the right list. So let me just make sure I actually have that list correctly set up. Yeah. There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Nyx. But anyway, so the Hierophant in reverse represents, like, sort of getting away from what was the same, sort of breaking away from that status quo. So in regards to health, it might mean that things may get a little turbulent, that what it is that you're doing in regards to your health might change, right? So however that may be, right? Whatever it is to represent your health. Also, let me just make this a little wider for myself. Do you still... I could definitely take one. Yeah, no, it's fine, Tan. I could definitely take one still. If I end up not being able to finish because something comes up, I'm definitely going to finish these up tomorrow. But we've gone through quite a good amount of them so far. And anyway, so maybe there's going to be a change in how you perceive your health, or maybe like a change to, like, the way you exist. Like, it's not necessarily like a bad thing to change the status quo. Like, maybe like your physical fitness changes, maybe your diet changes, different things like that. I don't think it necessarily has to do with just like sickness and wellness, but I think it seems that there might be decisions that you make in order to change sort of how you approach your wellness. Now, money. For money, we now have... Where is it? The Wheel of Fortune. Oh, and Floor, welcome. Glad to see you stopping by as well. I'll also add you to the list. So for money, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which again is a card that talks much about fate, how things are left up to chance. Very much so, like, especially compared to the fact that we're doing a tarot reading in general, this card appearing very much tells us that, you know, it is very much just the way the wind blows, right? That in terms of finances, it's hard to predict what exactly will happen. We can never tell. And I guess that might have to do very much tie in with the whole talking about your creative endeavors being very much empowered. But, like, you know, the low celebration. We don't know how all this will interact, your career and your money, how it all falls into place. Maybe something good will happen. Maybe there's going to be something in your life that really will be up to chance to, like, impact whether or not things monetarily will change. You know, it's hard to predict, like, especially when you think about things like if you have a job or whatnot, like, things like that. You never can tell, like, when things are going to go good or bad. God, sometimes a job can be very unpredictable. But it seems like in regards to money, it's not very clear whether or not it'll be good one way or another. Right? Especially with the others. And then what will be very interesting is this next card with risk-taking. That sure is interesting. So when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, what we've drawn right now is the Ten of Pentacles. And the Ten of Pentacles, again, we've seen this card appear quite often today. It's a card that represents, you know, celebration and cheer. So the way I interpret this in the gambling part is that, you know, a lot of good things are happening. I think it's an encouragement to take those risks, to go in on things that you're not sure of. When uncertainty comes, I think it's probably a better choice to try and take those risks, you know? And I guess that does then imply the Wheel of Fortune with money, right? That there'll be risks there. We don't know how it'll go. We don't know how those investments will go, how those risks you take will go. But it seems like encouragement to take those risks. It doesn't seem like anything that is saying to back away from that kind of stuff. And lastly, for the advice, we have an interesting contrast. We have the Six of Pentacles in reverse. So in reverse, the Six of Pentacles is telling us, it's showing a picture of a man giving to those who are in need. But it's possible that with the reverse reading here, that you might need to focus on yourself, right? That those risks you take are going to be important for you to take, but you want to focus on yourself. And that also ties in with the creativity, right? That, you know, even if you have this creative energy flowing, in the reverse, it means to steal from the homeless. No! No. I think it means that, you know, you have to make sure that you're not giving to the point where it harms you, right? You want to support others, but you don't want to do too much to the point where it just stabs you in the back. And I think that's a pretty good connection to draw from here over to here, right? When it comes to working with others, that you don't want to extend yourself in a way that it hurts you. You don't want to spend so much that you end up dying. But you have this creative energy output. There's a lot of thoughts going on in your head, possibly about what you want to do, things you want to attempt. Take those risks and see where they lead you. But don't overextend yourself too far. You know, it's like that book with the birds, right? The risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math. That's what I get. But don't steal from the homeless, please. All right. So next up on the list. Next up on the list we have, if I got this list right, Teruteru. So let's get Teruteru's picture here. I'm glad it was thought-provoking. I'm glad you think so. Oh, I love Teru's profile picture. Oh, that's a good one. A true reading. Reading for the reader himself. Wheel of Fortune is your favorite. It's just, where will it go? Can spin any way it wants. Who knows where it'll spin? Who knows where it'll land? Bankrupt. But for Teruteru, a reading. A reading different from his kinds of readings. Let's shuffle that deck. And shuffle. Sounds like a horse clopping on my desk. You sound like a spider. Or two horses. I'm writing a medley of all 16 Pokemon theme songs. However, Flareon is the only fully evolved Fire-type Pokemon that cannot learn Solar Beam. Why is that such a good comic? Has anyone else here read Ariel Needs Legs? It's very much a true piece of literature in our generation. It's a comic called Ariel Needs Legs. It was written by Neil Cicerga, who actually wrote the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, and it sure is a comic. Did you know Vaporeon? Don't make me bonk you, Tan. You're not finishing that sentence. I know where that sentence goes, and none of us are seeing the end of that full paragraph. No, not here. This is... Stop. Oh god. Now that's just in my head. And I don't want that to be in my head. Vaporeon is overrated. Sylveon has... Well, that's a follow-up. That sure is a follow-up. Sylveon has prehensile ribbon/tentacles. Anyway, the deck is shuffled. Let's read Teruteru's fortune. Elliot, Sama, don't die reading these. What 10 reps do you want me to do, Fleur? What 10 exercise reps am I gonna do? Reps for your neck. For my neck, what's a good neck exercise? I don't know how to work out my neck, roll it around. We'll do 10 neck rolls. 1, 2, oh god, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? There we go. I'm a little dizzy now. Okay. So for Teruteru's fortune, interesting. So we skip back to the beginning, and the card we have is not one that we are unfamiliar with. It's the Six of Pentacles in reverse, right? So the way I see this representing an overall fortune is that I see it very guarded, right? We talked about it in the previous fortune for the advice part, talking about being more guarded with your funds, not giving too much to the point where you hurt yourself. So I would say that this is closer, somewhere in between a neutral to a slightly bad fortune, right? I would say that, if you're at the point where you have to, be very guarded with yourself like that, it seems a little more foreboding than positive. So I would say that it's not the worst outcome. It's definitely not. But it's just making sure that you have to watch out for yourself, essentially. That overall, you need to make sure that you do not give more than you are able to. Because it's very important that you don't do that. We don't want to stretch ourselves too thin. Especially not a tissue like you. But, interesting as well. It's like we're getting a throwback from every single reading so far. This one is right side up. We saw this 2 readings ago. But we have the 8 of Wands right side up. Again, when we talked about collaborations and this card in this position, it talked about how, the idea that you have that sort of energy, that's manifesting that sort of energy that lets you really connect with other people, to talk with other people, to surround yourself with others more, right? To sort of come out of your shell and just interact with others in this new year, being less afraid of talking with others, having that sort of energy to connect with others, building those relationships up. So it reads more as a positive sign to me, right? And I mean, even if we connect it, right, if we connect to the previous card, it's just that idea that you want to connect with others, you want to talk with others, you want to be more involved with others, but you don't want to be involved to a point where it wears you out, right? And it's very easy, a lot of us people here, for a lot of people, just being with others, it can be very exhausting, it'd be very tiring, and you don't want to wear yourself out like that. So while you might feel that energy, that ability to connect with others, you don't want to stretch yourself too thin. Oh wait, I didn't flip over the third card yet. The third card we have is... So for career, we have the... Where are you? The Page of Pentacles in reverse. So the Page of Pentacles in reverse, again, a messenger of material values. And in the career slot, it sort of represents to me that, there might be something coming up financially, things that might make things harder, which again, seems to connect with the Six of Pentacles, right? That it connects with if you're having a harder time giving to others, it might be because things are coming up in your life that are more demanding of what you have. So you want to make sure that whatever it is that you're working with, whatever it is that you're working for, that you want to make sure that you are keeping your finances secure and safe, because money is limited. You don't want to stretch yourself out like that. And when it comes to work that you do, you just want to make sure that you have a backup plan, essentially. Now, when it comes to health, why do I keep on clicking these cards too early? We have this. For health, we have the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords, again, very representative of a challenge coming your way. And when we see a position for the health, when we see a position in the health position, it might mean that there is going to be a challenge coming towards you that is going to be very taxing on you. That something that will be coming up, you don't want it to be something that you let get the better of you, right? When it comes to things like studying and working, you don't want to burn yourself out. You don't want to face burnout because there was a challenge you wanted to take on and you didn't give yourself the time to essentially recover from it. You don't want to keep on fighting a battle without taking that time to rest. So what I get here is that for your health, to just, again, I guess this theming is consistent, to just face the challenges, but don't let them get the better of you. Don't give it your all to the point where you are unable to continue giving. You have to recover, you have to let yourself heal up before you can start again. Now with money, financial, fortune, wealth, that kind of stuff, we have the Seven of Pentacles. We haven't actually seen this one yet, I don't think. But what I get is that it's this idea that work is tedious and monotonous. We all know this. But it's that idea that you're doing all this work, you're going to be putting in a lot of work, and feeling unsatisfied with the reward, right? Ooh, sorry. That maybe it feels like you've put a lot of work in, and maybe that the reward that you're getting is not satisfying to you. Maybe you might not feel as satisfied. Oh, Snowy Kane, welcome. I cannot read Korean. I'm sorry. But, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're having a good one. So, not to say that you're, like, not happy with what it is that you receive, but it might feel like things like whatever it is that you're doing might feel like a chore. That instead of getting joy from what it is that you do, there might be something that is causing things to feel more laborious than enjoyable to you. And it might be important to understand, like, how to get enjoyment out of what it is, how to not to say how to get enjoyment, but how to prevent burnout, I should say. How to prevent feeling like things are a chore. Oh, okay, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well, then. But yeah, I think it's just so easy to feel burnt out by things, like work and life and all that kind of stuff, that you want to just make sure that you don't let that happen to you. Because if it does happen, then things will feel like more like menial tasks as opposed to feeling really rewarding. For gambling, interesting as well. You make a return once more. I actually don't even need to change the card here, but I do need to flip it upside down. So when it comes to gambling and taking chances, we have the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. You would love your tarot card to be just an image of 24.3. She's gone now. We couldn't save her. But in regards to gambling, we see this image. It's a very celebratory card. It's a card representing, you know, happiness, gathering together, having a lot of wealth, and being able to celebrate that with everyone. But in the gambling and the risk-taking spot here, I think, again, it's advising against taking those risks, that you don't want to take unnecessary risks. If there's something that you feel you can do that won't be as harmful to you, go for it. But again, relating back to the outcome card here, about being very conservative with what you have. Not even necessarily like funds, but like conservative with yourself, like your emotional energy, your physical energy, like with what you have as a person. It seems to be advising against taking very big risks, very big, huge risks. Wait. Yeah, she did die. You missed the stream on, Thursday, I want to say. Or it might have been Wednesday. But yes, that happened. I'm sorry. You can catch the VOD. So just make sure that you don't take risks that you don't need to take. That if there is a risk, if there's a gamble you can take, then you can go for it. But I would advise against taking big risks unless you really know that you can handle it. And then the advice card. This really is like a remix, huh? The advice we have is... let's see. Where is 10? Thank you, Nyx. There we go. We have the 10 of Swords right side up. So the advice here, right? Again, is that it's very easy to end up in a position where you feel like you're just defeated, backstabbed, down on the ground. So you want to make sure that that doesn't happen to you. And I feel like that here, just coming from the outcome card, a lot of these are surrounding that idea here, that you don't want to just overexert yourself, that you want to keep it cool this year, that you want to play it safe, that this is a year where risk-taking might not pay off as well as it would for others, or for other years as well. So that's the reading that I got. Life is looking interesting. Well, that's what we have. That's the reading that I got for you, Teruteru. Alright. And yeah, I think... Yeah, don't worry about it. We still have, how many more readings to go through? Let's see. Play it safe. Look out. I'm glad you appreciate it, and no problem. Thank you for redeeming the fortune. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, 15 more. You're gonna go cry. Be right back. I'm sorry. I couldn't save her. I gave her a hand spear, and then she got doubled by a dude with an axe. It was only slightly my fault. Alright. So, Magic is the next one up. I believe Magic has a Twitter avatar. I do believe I have them on Twitter. Let me just go into my notice. Take a break if you need to. I might take a break at some point. I might finish the rest of it up on tomorrow, depending. Let me just save this image as. Sorry to bother, but you're not on the queue. Oh, you're on my queue. You're on my queue. Don't worry about it. Nyx has been keeping up his own queue, but I do have you on mine. You and Floor. Oh, yeah. You should be right after Raiden Shotgun. Yeah. You redeemed it right after. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. So now we have Magic here. I don't know if Magic is... Yeah. Still here. Now let me just shuffle the deck. And we'll give him a reading. All right. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. That awkward moment when you like shuffle a deck of cards and one of the cards flips over accidentally, and you're like, well, now this entire shuffle's ruined. Gotta start over from the beginning. Gotta shuffle it a little bit more. And let's shuffle. And boop, boop, boop. Let's just get this. And there we go. So now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's go. As they say in the showbiz, let's fucking ikuzo. The outcome card. Ah. I think that's the first repeat that we've had in the outcome. So, this, again, for magic, we have the King of Wands. Guess what? This is we're probably at like, what, 15 readings in? That's not too out of the question to get a repeat card. So we had the King of Wands here. Again, we talked about this before. It's a very good fortune to get. I would say that this is a great fortune. Good year ahead. It's very, very grounded, very stable, that, you know what it is that you want to do. You're very down to earth. You'll be more connected and in tune with your goals this year. And for collaboration, working with others, you may know what you want, but it's important that when you work with others, that you also know to work with them. Because what we have here for the collaboration is the Five of Wands. It's very easy to, sometimes it's not even in your control when you like find people to work with. When you end up having to work with people, it's very easy to end up with a like conflict of interest. It's very easy that's not the right term. It's easy to have like conflicting opinions and just very easy to get into arguments with other people. So just watch out for that, right? You know what you want, but other people might know what they want too. So you want to try to avoid conflict like that. You want to avoid getting into any scuffles when you can, but it feels like it might happen if you aren't careful. Career, for career, I know that you're still a student, but we have the Emperor. So as I know that you're a student, the Emperor sort of signifies to me that, taking lead of what it is that you need to do, right? That it can either represent that you're taking a more leadership position, or you're taking charge of yourself and your studies. But it could also represent the idea that, the Emperor is there. Like, it could be some kind of figure in your life, maybe like the dean, maybe a teacher, professor, someone who is guiding you. That maybe there's someone you're getting that guidance from. Maybe you are as stable and as fixed as you are because you have people that you can look towards. Or maybe you're as stable and fixed as you are because you know what it is you want and you're able to take lead of that. That you feel very set, very confident in what it is that you're doing as you go through your school. Now for health, we have... Where are you? We have the Ten of Wands. And the Ten of Wands in reverse. So what this tells me, right? The Ten of Wands right side up talks about having a burden, talks about keeping everything together at your own sake, at your own expense. But reverse, it sort of tells me that, like, there's all the stuff that you're holding on to and that the grip is loosening, that you're having trouble holding on to it. That even if you may be able to keep things together, even if you know what you want, even if you're sure and very grounded in what your goals are, to make sure that you don't let yourself collapse under the weight of the burden that you're carrying. That it's very easy to drop everything. And what's interesting is that we can connect that to collaboration here. That even if you know what you want to make sure that those conflicts with other people don't get in the way. That instead of fighting with everyone, you might want to find a way that makes it easier to work with everyone so that this doesn't become as big of an issue. And then we have the money. The money section is the Hermit. Oh, I haven't seen this one yet. We haven't pulled this card yet. Guess the deck isn't fully rigged. But we have the Hermit. So the Hermit is a card that represents a lot of solitude, a lot of just isolation, being on your own, sort of being like maybe a guiding light for others, but not necessarily one that like is flocked to. So in the money category, what I see this as, the Hermit, is that, it's not going to be something that is as focused on, right? That, money is helpful, fortune, wealth, that is important stuff. But it's not like something that is going to be as big of a focus of your year, that money. At least that's what I get here. That you're focused on working, but not necessarily on getting paid a lot, on having a big fortune. That your studies seem to be what is focused first. And then with gambling, with risk-taking, we have, this is a very wand-centric reading, huh? Even the hermit himself is carrying a wand, really. But we have the Nine of Wands in reverse. And the Nine of Wands is a card that represents, like, you know, again, bearing through it all but coming out victorious in the end. Which is interesting because, you know, the Nine of Wands then gets followed up by the Ten of Wands. But with it, right? The Nine of Wands upright talks about lasting through a fight. The Nine of Wands, I would say in reverse, big stick energy. I would say the Nine of Wands in reverse talks more about, you know, the burden that you carry and maybe not being as easily able to carry through it all. That, you know, being in the position of gambling, I see it more that it's just tricky to that the risks that you take, if they do not go the way you want them to, may leave you more hurt than you expect it to. So I see it as a sign of being cautious, right? If you, as a King of Wands, are already set in what you want, you understand what it is that you need to do, if you're grounded already, then I would say that you don't need to push yourself for risks that may not pay off. As long as you focus on what it is that you need to do in a calculated way that requires no big risks, then I think you should be fine. This leads us with the advice. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. It's not that card. It is Temperance in reverse. So the advice here, the advice that is being presented is that, yes, what's the question, Kanazuki? The advice being presented is that to throw moderation to the wind, right? Maybe you think that you want to be balanced, maybe you think that it is important to keep things in moderation, but having temperance in reverse sort of tells me that you might want to let loose every now and then. That, you know, that whole idea of, aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go apeshit sometimes? That kind of idea. That if you need to, there might be instances where it may be appropriate for you to go harder than you need to. That even if you know what you want, you might have to push yourself to a point where it might be beneficial to push to a point where you're out of balance, where you're not doing things in moderation, but going a little harder than you need to, just for the sake of tying things up with a neat little bow, you know? So that is my reading for you, Magic. And yeah, what's your question, Kanazuki? Have I thought about making a YouTube channel to post streams? Go ape shit, go steal from the homeless guy to post streams. I do. If you go to my channel, right? If you go onto my YouTube channel, or if you go to my About page, the link to my YouTube channel is there, and I have almost all my videos archived. There were some videos that I do not have archived. I didn't archive most of my TFT streams. I don't think my Kingdom Hearts streams were archived because some of them were during the internet hiccup saga, so I didn't want to have those recorded. And then I, for some reason, messed up with recording Advanced Wars, so I don't have any of the Advanced Wars recordings archived. But pretty much everything else, pretty much all my Iron Mans are up. There was one Conquest video that I need to re-upload, which is of the Chapter 10 survival. But pretty much all my Iron Mans are up on, on YouTube. The only ones that aren't are the ones that are still up on my VOD archive on Twitch. I pretty much always upload my VODs right before they hit the expiring period on Twitch. My main reason for that is there was something that happened with Twitch recently that somehow messed up with my YouTube connection, so I have to download everything manually and then upload them to Twitter or upload them to YouTube manually, so I can't just hit export. So I haven't been doing it like the day after streaming like I normally used to. And yes, my covers are also on YouTube. So I think the first thing that you see is one of my covers when you go onto my channel page, actually. But let me stretch. And the next reading... The next reading is Solva. Let me just see if they have a Twitter. Solva Bael. And nope. Read me like a book. And nope. Alright. I'll just use a nice picture that Nix made for me then. We'll save this. That'll do. Nah, Nix just made me a good default image for people who do not have it. Who do not have an image for me to take. Let me show in folder. Saved as a PNG small for some reason. We want it to be a PNG. There we go. And let me just put this here. Image. Blank face. Cause I've got a blank face, baby. And I'll write your name. Let me see. For some reason, I've decided to put everything in my shitpost folder, regardless of whether or not they are a shitpost. I should probably reorganize my folders at some point. Alright, let's go all the way down to this. There we go. So for the people who do not have... There we go. Default picture. ABS always be shitposting. You're right, you're right. Let me just also... I see that it's peeking out a little bit from the blackboard. We can't have that. There we go. Perfect, perfect. And we'll be reading for Solva now. Solva. Alright. Excuse me. There we go. There we go. Let's read Solva like a book now. We're getting well deep into the people who redeemed in the Twitch, or during the stream at least. So we should be making pretty good progress here. I usually don't do streams this long, but Wisteria's over at a friend's house right now, so she's not gonna be in the room. Though I have no idea when she's getting back. We had a big New Year's party last night, and she stayed over at our friend's house to help them clean up. And probably just do other stuff as well. You know, hang out with friends. But let me just shuffle the deck here. And just slap it all together. And let's read Solva. Let's read him like a book. 2, 3. Alright. So the outcome, we'll just clear this all out. First. Okay. I would say this reads as somewhere in between good to great fortune. And that is because we have the Nine of Pentacles. And the Nine of Pentacles is a very, like, peaceful card, right? It's a very serene card. It's a card that shows that you are very at peace. That you have what you need. There's no overabundance, underabundance. You're able to just relax in the garden. You have your wealth, but it's not anything like you're not bragging about anything. It's all yours, right? It's stuff that you have. You're not showing it off to anyone. It seems that this year is going to be a very solid year, right? Like, it doesn't seem like it's going to be very big. Read them like a book. God damn it. It's gonna be a year that is very much just a solid year. Now, when it comes to working with others, we have the Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Cups reads in this position as just being able to work easily with other people, you know? Like, when people come to you, when you come to other people, it just goes smoothly, right? That as you work with others in this year, that, you know, sometimes going to the flow will work, but whatever your intuition is, the way you should approach things, it should be satisfactory. It should work out in a positive way. It seems that overall, more likely than not, these interactions that you have with other people are going to be positive. Now, when it comes to career, when it comes to work, that kind of stuff, the things that you do, your primary focuses, we have the Eight of Cups. So the Eight of Cups in this position, right? We talked about having a smooth time with others. We talked about this being a year of relaxation. In the career position, what it shows is that there might be... I'm glad you're enjoying it, Raiden. It means a lot to know that you've been enjoying it throughout the whole time. But here, the Eight of Cups sort of shows the idea that, you know, you're going to be moving away from things, right? Maybe the peaceful, like, that sort of calm that we have in the Nine of Cups, or in the Nine of Pentacles, what we have represented. Oh, the Queen of Cups, welcome. Thank you for following. I hope you're having a good new year. But the way I see the cups here, the Eight of Cups here, is sort of representing that you might be getting out of a situation that has been causing you grief. Maybe that there are regrets that you may have, but it's something that you know that you need to move on from. That's sort of the interpretation that I get from the work position here, the career position. That maybe getting away from it, while not the easiest thing to do, is what allows you to live that sort of peaceful life, that serene life, what allows things to sort of be back at that calm. Banger stream, thank you. Now for health, we have, where is it? It is the Nine of Cups in reverse. Banger stream, thank you. It's the Nine of Cups in reverse. The Nine of Cups in reverse, again, we've talked about how right side up, it represents a figure being able to, like, sort of present a lot of options to you. That there's things that they can give to you that you have to just, that you basically have to ask for. But the way I see it, the way I see all the wholesomeness, thank you. And I hope you're having a good day. It's, the way I see the Nine of Cups in reverse is that you don't know, you might not know what it is that you need. And in regards to your health, right? If you're unwell, if there are things that you need, you might not realize that there are things that you need to take care of. And that might make things a little harder. So it might, to me, serve as a warning that you don't want to get too complacent with yourself. That if things seem wrong, you should reach out. You should make sure that you are understanding what it is that you gotta do. Or figure out and ask someone if there is something that you gotta do, to figure out what it is that you have to do. The money card that we have, Cups in reverse, pour one out for the homies. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one too. We have the Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands, again, the Ace cards are very, very much symbolic of their sign in its wholesomeness, right? Like, if I talk about the kings and the queens representing, like, figures of power within it, the Ace of Wands is sort of like the deity residing over that. So when it comes to the Ace of Wands, right? When it comes to the Ace of Wands, it represents, like, new ideas coming into you. A new understanding, ideas that are coming to you. And you just, that something related to you, either, like, not even, like, necessarily just money, monetarily, but, like, good god stick, let's go. He got the god beat stick, he got the rare drop. That John give you plus 99 magic. But no, it's a representation of inspiration, right? It's revealing to you that there is something that you need to do. And again, if we relate that to this here, the career path, to the career card, to the Ace of Wands, which is the money, if we relate these two cards together, it might be that taking that leave might fill you with some regrets, but it might open up a new path of inspiration that may or may not lead to some kind of wealth, whether or not it's of actual material wealth or just something that makes you feel whole. That is sort of the idea that I'm getting at from the connection between those cards. Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far. I'm pretty sure he at least said that first part. I don't know about the you will go far part. Now for gambling we have... Where are you? The Tower in reverse. I hit transform before I... where did you go? You, get back here. Get back here right now. I'm clicking on the wrong things. Rotate 180 degrees. It is a tower in reverse. As we know, the tower typically means, like, the idea that, you know, things are going bad, that kind of hubris, that kind of, like, things going as horribly as you could think they could be. Not the spooky building. Oops, all towers. But the tower in reverse is more of a hopeful card that, you know, that the destruction has happened and that you can rebuild now. The way I see this when it comes to gambling, when it comes to risk-taking, is that the risks that you take, right? That if things were bad at some point, that, you know, that idea that you can't go anywhere but up. Tower in reverse. So the fly keeps the plane from crashing. What? It's like, the way I see it is that things have been bad in the past. Things in the past year may have not been great. The Tower card does not have mercy. But I see it in a way that if you're at a point where you can't get any worse, you might as well take the risks that you can take. Not saying that you'll always have to, but if things get bad, you know, we're reading that the events here this year seems to be positive, and your interactions with people are also going to be positive. But when things get rough, don't be afraid to take the initiative. Do the big gamba, only up from here, exactly, right? If things are looking rough and you don't have much to lose from taking a big risk, go for it, is what this seems to be implying. That if there's a big risk, it might not be the worst idea to just go for it. That it might be what you need to just change things up, mix things up. Finding of Isaac fans, JoJo fans persona. Oh my god. I only fit into two of those three handshakes. The final advice. Having a surface level understanding of tarot at best. I don't even know if I'd call it surface level. That's you on all three. I guess surface level. You know what all the major arcana means, but then you forget that the minor arcana exists. But we have this last one is Justice. So Justice, as the advice card here, we have Justice in reverse. Typically Justice means, like, you know, the general idea of justice, fairness, doing what you think is right. But I think having it in reverse means that the advice means that you might need to bend the rules or do things your own way. Is the queue still open? Absolutely, yeah. The queue is a bit long, but you are still more than welcome to join. Red Hot Chili Peppers is your favorite arcana. But we have the Justice in reverse, which to me speaks more of, instead of doing things out of fairness, doing things out of what is right, that sort of balance, you need to make sure that you understand that sometimes you have to do for yourself what you think is right. Not necessarily what you think is just, but the things that will be beneficial to you as a person. Justice in reverse. So put holes in dead bodies to bring them back to life and give free... Gosh. And yeah. I didn't even know, like, there was, like, a whole tarot community of how, like, people, like, join into queues with this, like, join command and have, like, a list command. I just have Nix here very, very kindly enough being the one to list out everyone. Alright. Now, let me go to the next one. I hope the reading was helpful to you, Solva. I hope that you got something out of it. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But the next person that we'll be moving on to is PointBlank. Your sister has a friend who was a tarot streamer. I didn't even know. It's interesting because I've been streaming for almost a whole year at this point. Thank you for the book review. Health was on point. I'm glad you thought so. But I've been streaming for like almost a year, and I've been like doing tarot stuff on and off. I've only ever done like a couple of dedicated tarot streams, so I haven't really kept up with like seeing how other people do it, aside from I've watched Mao do tarot sometimes, and Atropa. They're both other VTubers who do tarot readings, but I haven't like interacted with other tarot streamers at large. I'm glad you like my character. I'm glad you think I look nice. Thank you. But now we have blank here. That does not fit. I need to make that bigger. There we go. So blank, we're going to be reading her fortune next. We just need to shuffle the deck and also change the name. Control S. There we go. Let's see what the cards have for her. Alright. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. 10 out of 10 would have Pat Elliott's character. Oh, I need to get more interactive things as redeems. I know other people have like head pat redeems and stuff, or the integration with VTube Studio where you can throw things at the character's model. I need to get that. I need to get that thrown in. I feel like I could do more with that, but I just haven't added like a lot of those kinds of redeems in that I feel like I see a lot of other streamers have. But they're fun for people to play with, so I should add it in at some point. Bunk, bunk. There we go. Let's see. Trigger fire. Ah, I'll take a look at that. I'll look into it. What do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. So we have 12 more. And yes, I have added you to the queue, Queen, so we'll get to you. You are 11th in queue, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I like that aside from the center, it feels like I'm like drawing a reverse N when I reveal all the cards, like because we go from like the center and then we go zoop, 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 like a backwards N. Alright, let me just close out the cards here again. And then, let me just check my phone. I want to make sure I haven't missed any messages. That is clearly an H. I mean, you could be right as well. It's very clearly an H, but the motion, right? We draw the point here, and then we draw the point here, and then we just go down, and then we go diagonal up. It's not like we're going like down, down, and then crossing. I think I could call it a backwards N. Alright, so now, let's see, we'll close this out. We don't need to close anything out. So, let's see, what is Blank's fortune looking like? Huh, I don't know how to interpret that one. This is... So we have the... Wait, it looks like a regular N. No, a regular N would go down, up, bottom left, top right, or bottom left, top left, bottom right, top right. But we go in the reverse when we read through the cards. So it looks like an N, yeah, but the direction we read is a different part. Let me see. Here we are. We actually haven't seen this very frequently, but the card that we have here is the Lovers in Reverse. So my fortune reading for you for this year is bad luck. I'm sorry. It has happened at least once or twice this stream. It doesn't ever feel good to say, to say bad luck. But what we have is the Lovers in Reverse, which means turbulence in relationships, right? That there are people that are in your life that, you know, things may not go as easily as you want them to in terms of relationships. But again, that just means that for those relationships that you really hold close, that you should do what you can in order to hold on to them, as long as it's healthy for you. For collaboration, For collaboration, we have the Ten of Pentacles, we rotate that 180 degrees. Lovers in Reverse. So Parasite goes in your brain to make you... So Parasite goes into your brain to make you feel good for helping the user. No. And I mean, the Lovers, again, is representative not just of romantic love, but platonic relationships as well. It doesn't just have to do with, like, a lover or a spouse, but the people, the connections that you have with others. So, like, a lot of times, like, with the Lovers, it's very easy to just think it has to do with, like, a spouse, but, like, family issues is one thing to think about. Other friends that you've had, like, longtime friends, that's the kind of thing. It's not just, like, one specific person. God, that would be such a specific card if the Lovers had to do with one person. Yeah, the Ten of Pentacles in Reverse for collaboration. So, what this reads to me, right, is that when it comes to working with others, when it comes to these kinds of things where, like, people will have, like, big events, people will, like, have these big things, it might mean that you want to sort of be avoidant of that maybe you'd feel more comfortable in collaborations working with people on a more, like, one-on-one basis rather than focusing on a huge, like, being with the big people. And, like, that's common to see. Like, a lot of times you'll see, like, big collaborations, big group projects, but maybe that might not be your kind of ish. So it seems to me that what I'm reading is that this year it might be more of you focused on, like, smaller things, right? That you want to work with people, but you don't want to work in a setting where you just are in, like, a huge group. That maybe you'll be more focused on individual, like, projects, or projects where you're not as a part of, like, a huge gathering. Because, I mean, I don't know. I know for some people being in, like, big gatherings like that can be stressful. So that's sort of what I'm getting at here. Yo, she hates huge groups. So yeah, exactly. Then, for career, for how streaming will be going, we have this is a very turbulent reading. We have the Chariot in Reverse. So the Chariot typically means, like, grabbing a hold of the chariot, grabbing a hold of the animals, and guiding them to your goal, to your destination. With the Chariot in Reverse, it reads more that the way your streaming will be going or your career will be going is that it's more like Jesus taking the wheel, you know? That it's not like you're entirely sure. You're not holding the deck upside down. I am sure. I am sure. There are readings where sometimes you just get all reverse cards, and that happens. But with this in reverse, it seems more like you're letting fate guide you wherever it goes. You're letting the wind guide you to the path that you take, that rather than taking control, you're just saying, I'll try this, see where it'll take me, that kind of thing. Damn, am I holding the deck upside down? Properties, we have... Just turn your phone around, you'll get the upright card. We have here the Queen of Swords. Actually, one of the readings that I was looking at, when I was referring to this spread, I was referring to Mio's readings, and she did a reading for renowned Hololive EN streamer Gaorgura, and her entire reading was actually one upright card in the center, and all of these 6 cards were reversed. So it could end up something similar like that. But we have the Queen of Swords here in reverse. Again, in the health position, it represents that sort of challenge, right? That when it comes to your health, when it comes to your wellness, that a challenge, there'll be something that will be challenging, something that, you know, will make your health harder to deal with, whether it be like physical wellness or mental wellness. And it's just the idea that you need to be aware of what that challenge is. That now the story is about how your gauntlet flipped and turned upside down. But it's that idea that you want to make sure that you have that resilience to deal with it, to deal with whatever that challenge ahead is. Because, again, the Queen of Swords is very indicative of being challenged by something, that something is going to be coming to you, and, you know, it's a very big challenge. As one of the court swords, it is not just a minor kind of like, here it is, but rather, you know, representative of a challenge at large. And it could also represent someone in your life. Someone being represented by the Queen of Swords, like representing an opposition to you or your health in a way that is detrimental to yourself. So it might be something causing you harm as well. What we have for wealth is, we have the Four of Wands here in reverse as well. Everything is reversed. Let's hope you at least get some money. So again, we've actually seen this card in this position multiple times. This exact card in this exact position, I think at least twice so far. And again, it's that representation that you aren't, that there's a cause of celebration, but you don't feel that it is something to be celebrating, that something good will come, but it's not something that you feel is personally good. It's bittersweet in a sense. So maybe there'll be some kind of victory for you, but not a victory that you are particularly happy about. There's got to be one upright card here, right? What we have here for risk-taking is the Six of Wands in reverse as well. What the fuck is happening here? So again, the Six of Wands in reverse we saw earlier, but what it is that on risk-taking, that, you know, right side up, the Six of Wands represents celebration, happiness, other people cheering for you. But like I said before, in reverse, it represents that maybe you are the one who is happy with the outcome, and it's not like a big crowd cheering. Maybe it's just you and someone else, but it's something that, it's a victory that you yourself are happy about, but it might not be something that everyone else is happy with. The way I see this in the gambling section is that when it comes to taking risks, that maybe there's a risk that you personally want to see pay off, but other people don't want to see happen. But again, most who confirm for heroes, this seems to be reading more about a personal victory over others. Are you sure the deck isn't being held upside down? I've shuffled this deck the same way that I shuffled it every time. It just has turned out this way somehow. But that is the reading that I get, that there will be positive victories for you if you go for those risks. And they're victories that are very much for you. This is some kind of fucking joke, right? You cannot be fucking with me here. I just flipped the last card. The last card is not reversed. The last card was not a reversed card. The last card is the Devil. Don't worry, I have bad readings as well, but you know, having this, right, you can be cautious with it. Yeah. So the advice here is that through this all, through the struggles, through the challenges that face you, the advice here is that you take what you want. it's essentially saying to live for yourself, to do the things because you believe in them and because you think that they're right. So despite all the adversity and the challenges, to live for yourself. That is what I am getting here. That is the advice that is presented. So there may be rough relationships, there might be things out of your control, but take those risks, take them for yourself, and live for yourself, is what the cards are telling me here. I could not think of a stranger way to end 6 reversed cards than that. But that is my reading for you, Blank. Alright. And now, hotyhotness asked for a reading. So we'll give them a reading. About to be killing it this year. That's what we like to hear. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know them. They popped in the chat. And I don't know if they'll rewatch the VOD, but, you know, if they do, they'll see this reading. And let's see. There we go. Some readings are just rough. Alright, so now we have... This was a new face in chat. I hope that they're having a good one. I hope they're having a good time. I don't know where they went. But such is the nature of tarot streams, I guess. Especially when you have a really long queue. But it is what it is. Currently we have... Let me just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 total readings, if you include myself. So 13 readings. He got impatient, I think. I mean, it happens. I'm not going to push them back in the queue or anything. They can come back. And, I mean, these readings go long enough that you can skim the video and find where your name is. So let us shuffle the deck. It's alright. If worse comes to worse and this ends up going to be a very long stream, which is possible, if it ends up going for a very long time, what I'll probably end up doing is saving the reading for myself for my 1-year anniversary, because that's coming up in 37 days. 36 days, I think, actually. God, that's really what... It feels so weird saying that number out loud. I've been streaming for almost a year. In 36 days, it'll be a year. Make sure I'm holding the deck the right way. There is no right or wrong way. When I take half the deck, flip it upside down, and shuffle it into the other half of the deck facing right side up. Which one is right side up and which one's upside down? At this point, who knows? But such is the nature of shuffling a deck of tarot cards. Please save your... Yeah. I'll save mine for the debut then. Right side up and upside... Exactly. One side is right side up, one side's upside down. And now, for hotyhotness, for their year, let's read this one. So hotyhotness, my outcome for you, my fortune for you. Let's clear this all out. So the first card that we have here is, will I ever do a face review? What do you mean a face review? Or do you mean like a face reveal? I don't think I'll ever reveal my face on stream. I have reasons for why I do not want to ever show my face. And that is partly because I am a teacher. And if students were ever to make the connection of who I am, I would not hear the end of it. I would probably have to end my channel. That is why my face can never be seen. If I can just play, I could play my voice off. I could play my voice off as a similar voice. But if my face was ever to be revealed, no, there would be no getting out of that hole. So the outcome card I have is the Knight of Pentacles. So I kind of see this as a slightly negative fortune, right? Slightly bad luck. Just say I have an identical twin easy. No, I don't think I could do that. So the Knight of Pentacles, in reverse, usually is a messenger of wealth and fortune, but usually not of good wealth and good fortune. That's really all there is to say about it. That, you know, typically the knights are messengers, and no news fasting. Welcome, welcome. I hope you are having a good day. I hope you're enjoying your new year. We're just reading through some tarots, or doing some tarot readings. And so it's just a generally unfortunate reading that things may not be going well in terms of wealth, and it just very literally is that with the pentacle. What we have for collaboration, for working with others, do a face reveal, but then you're also using the Snapchat. That wouldn't help anything. I'll just say that much. The Queen of Swords is a card that represents challenges. Oh wait, I didn't actually reveal the card here. I used that filter, it didn't change much. It was not that much of a difference. Face reveal, use an actor, so yeah. Just get someone else and say it's me. I voice act for them. They just open my mouth in a delay from where I speak. Alright. So card 2 is the Queen of Swords right side up. And the Queen of Swords, again, represents a challenge. So the way I see this is that with the Queen of Swords, it represents that the people that you work with might not be the easiest people to work with. Or they might come off standoffish at first, but then will prove to be people that are very good to work with. People that will be very helpful and nice to have around. But you just have to get over that initial wall of intimidation. That they'll seem challenging to get to know, but once you do get to know them, then it really won't be like an issue. So that's the way I'm seeing like interacting with others, that collaboration, that things will be hard at first, but if you push through, you'll find very valuable allies. In terms of career, very similarly to the Knight of Pentacles, 10 reps up to me. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna do 10 thigh squeezes while I continue reading out this fortune. So we have the Page of Pentacles, and it's in reverse. Again, 5, 6. So in reverse, again, it's a messenger of money, but one that might not be a good message of financial decisions or financial outcomes. So in the career path, in the career placement there, that was 10 reps. In the career spot, it might represent that, you know, there are choices that happen where they work or what they do that may or may not impact impact their lifestyle, their work, right? I don't know if it means like getting fired or like the work will start feeling more monotonous to the point where it doesn't feel like it's worth the money. But it reads a bit more negatively to me that the money might not feel worth it, or the reward for what they do might not feel worth the work they put into it. For health, that's the wrong card. Oh. Well, that's pretty on the nose. We have the 3 of Swords, right side up. So, let me turn this right side up. So, the 3 of Swords, and thank you, Maro, for that. Reminded me to take a sip. And reminded me to take a stretch. So, the 3 of Swords, again, represents a lot of pain. It represents, you know, getting stabbed in the heart. A lot of people relate it to heartbreak, which if we're relating this to health, maybe there might be some emotional pain that will be experienced in the year, and that's just the kind of thing that you have to be prepared for, right? Sometimes, like, no matter how prepared you could be, right? Like, if there's something that's going to hit you emotionally, it's going to hurt no matter like how prepared you are for it. But it's just something that will be coming, and I could say you should be prepared for it as much as you can, but again, it's just never something that really gets easier. But it is something to be aware of, to keep your thoughts on. But again, to prepare for that kind of thing is just very, very difficult. In terms of money, we have the Four of Pentacles. It's the Four of Pentacles, however, it is reversed. So the Four of Pentacles typically represents being very guarded with your money, holding on to what it is that you have and just not letting go. But to see it in reverse more tells me that you're not holding on to it as tightly, that you feel less like obligated to hold on to what it is, that you feel more inclined to share with others. Kind of like the reverse of the Six of Pentacles. But when we see the Four of Pentacles in reverse, it means more about generosity, that when it comes to money, when it comes to financial issues, that you might be more willing to help others out, that you're going to be less miserly. Now, when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, we got a sword here. We got a court sword here, so we know that has to do with challenges. We have the Page of Swords in reverse. And with the Page of Swords in reverse, wow, 3 of these court cards are all flipped upside down, but it represents the message, the invitation to a challenge. But in reverse, it sort of shows that you might be declining that invitation. Let me get that list here. Here's the list right now. There you go. So the Page of Swords in reverse means that, you know, there's a challenge that it might be important that you don't want to take the risk there. You want to, if there's like a sort of big challenge, to turn it down. Play it safe. Don't risk yourself. I do have the notepad document to the next to me, and I think it is fully updated. But it's just an advice on to not take those risks. And then we end, wow, there's a lot of swords here. Very sharp. We get properties. We end with, we literally almost have a royal, we almost have a royal flush here, actually. We have the King of Swords in reverse. So what this means, right? The King of Swords is a figure who represents challenge, very imposing figure, but having him in reverse means that I feel like I always interpret this as the challenge coming to you, and not in a safe way, but like you have to be ready because this challenge is going to come at you head on. So the problems that are going to be approaching you, Hottie, you want to make sure that, you know, you're prepared for it, because that's all you can do. It seems like a lot of the problems here, or no, a lot of the issues in this reading stem from, you know, it just turns out south real quickly from the beginning with this reverse Knight of Pentacles. And then there's a lot of challenge being faced here. We have the Queen of Swords, which was more positive, that, you know, people will be hard to talk to, but you can get a valuable ally in that. Have there been a lot of reverses? I feel like it's been pretty equal. I mean, this reading, we have 2 right side ups, and other ones we've had more right side ups than reverses. I think it just, sometimes you just get into a couple of big reverses in a row. But the way I get it here is that it's just warning you to be guarded, to keep your guard up, to keep aware of your surroundings, and don't and just basically don't get caught slipping. Because even for the things that you can be prepared for, it might not be enough. Because things have a stronger impact, things will have a stronger impact even if you're completely prepared for them. So that is my interpretation for you, hotyhotness. I hope if you're watching the VOD that it helped. And we'll be moving on to the next one, who is Leon. We'll be reading Leon's fortune now. So Leon's fortune. Leon sent me the picture here. Save image as JPG. Oh wait, let me show in folder. Let me change this to Terra. And let me just change this to 1, and let me change this to... This should hopefully work properly. There we go. Buckle your seatbelt, Leon. Let's see. There we go. Excellent, excellent. There's Leon in his lawyerly outfit. All right. So now let me shuffle the deck here. And we'll see what the fortunes have in store for him. Wait. Listen to those cards clop. That's not the right adjective I want to use. That's not the right sound effect. We could use literally any other word. Please do not say that the cards clopped. You want my cards... You want your tarot cards to say I'm getting a femdom GF who looks like Camilla? But I don't know if the cards can be that accurate, Kanazuki. But, good luck to you. Those are some tastes. But let's just flip this. Shame. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, so now let's clear this all out and let's read Leon's fortune. So we have, it's pretty much impossible. You need every card in the spread to be the lovers miraculously. You could probably throw in one devil card in there too. All right, so the first card we have here, I will say this is neither a negative nor a positive. I say that this is a moderate luck fortune. This is the Page of Swords, right side up. So again, it's the invitation to a challenge. It's a representation that something is coming towards you, right? It's not saying that the challenge is there, but the challenge is going to be something that you are facing. So it's something that you need to prepare for. Maybe it's something that you are already aware of is coming and that you are preparing for. But it's telling me that this year represents a year of a challenge. What we have for collaboration, rise to the challenge. Exactly. That the challenge is there and you've got to fight. You're going to have to take that challenge head on. What we have here is the Queen of Pentacles. Right side up. See, we're getting a reading where we have everything right side up so far, right? Right? The Queen of Pentacles is a card that represents, again, court cards represent sort of the pinnacle of that suit. Here we have Pentacles. So it's a more financially based card. It's a card based more into wealth, but it represents the Queen. So we talked about how the Queen of Swords represents sort of a challenge, but a challenge that, if met, will be beneficial to have succeeded with. When it comes to the Queen of Pentacles, it's a little different because it's not like it's challenging you directly, but the Queen of Pentacles is more, represents someone who you might work with who is more like nurturing, someone who like helps you out, that rather than focusing on like sort of like idea of like how your collabs will be, it might be focusing on someone that you will be collabing with. That it's more representative of the kind of people there that the people you work with are people who are there to have your back, essentially. People who will be there to support you in what it is that you're doing. Or to support you on stream as well. But career. You keep hearing tentacles. They do rhyme. What we have for the Five of Cups. We have here, or what we have for the career is Five of Cups. So what it is that the Five of Cups represents regrets without remembering what you still have. You can see that the man is looking towards the knocked over cups and he still has cups behind him, but he's lamenting over what he's lost without remembering that he still has things with him. So when it comes to this card here, when it comes to in this position for the career, I see it more as a representation that things might not go the way you expect it to go in regards to the work that you do, but there's going to be a silver lining, or things might not be as bad as they think they are. You don't want things to get blown out of proportion. You don't want to get too hung up on things without looking at the full picture first. That if things go south a little bit, that there's still chances to make things back up. And then now, for health. Okay. I guess it could be that too. We have death as the card for health here. So when we talk about health, we talk about like your physical health, your mental health, your emotional health, all that kind of stuff. And with death in this position, it's more of a reading that, you know, things may be changing, right? Obviously, it doesn't mean that you're dying, but there might be some kind of shift in your health or something that you do. There might be a big change that you make in your lifestyle or something that throws things out of whack for a little bit, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. But usually death typically means times of change. So maybe something big will happen. Maybe some kind of revelation will come to you, maybe something. It's hard to say exactly. It's kind of a weird card to have in this position. But death typically always comes with massive changes. So that, in regards to your health, could mean a multitude of things. Now, for money, we have death means change. I'm honestly pretty hyped about that. I'm making big health changes for this. Yeah, right, exactly. So that's like the big thing, right? That's what the card means. And Phantom Pumpkin, welcome back. You're actually almost up on the list. After this reading, there's only 3 more until we get to you. So, glad to see you could stop back by. So this card here, for money. For fortune, we have, if I'm not mistaken, not that I'm not mistaken, but if I can find it, judgment. We have judgment right side up. And hey, look, we're getting a reading that is mostly right side up. But judgment, in terms of money, is the representation of a decision that, you know, not that there's going to be a big change, but rather there's going to be a choice that you'll have to make, and that choice is going to be very impactful on your fortunes, on your wealth, on that kind of thing. And it might not even be like materialistic and not even be like money related, but like a massive choice that you have to make in wealth, whether that be emotional wealth, physical wealth, that kind of stuff. But it comes with a big decision in the future, in this year. So that is what we have for money. For gambling, this one's a straightforward card for this position. Some cards are more fitting in some positions than others. This one makes a lot of sense. We have transform. We have the Four of Cups right side up. And right side up, the Four of Cups is a very pensive, reflective card. It's a card that represents just thinking about things. And when it comes to gambling, the implication here is that there are chances that you'll have to take, there are decisions that you'll have to make, and they're ones that they won't be easy decisions, the decisions when it comes to risk taking, you don't want to be very willy-nilly with it. You are gonna have to think about these decisions, that you should be a little bit more careful with the way that you think about taking risks. You don't want to go in, you don't want to just cannonball in. You might want to be a little bit more thought out with how you go about things like that, about risk taking. And advice. We have the Five of Pentacles right side up, which is an interesting card to round out this entire reading, because as we know, the Five of Pentacles is a card that represents a lot of loss and like a lot of like wandering aimlessness. What I read here, what I read for this card here in this position, is to just basically, again, going back into these 2 points specifically, you want to just be careful, right? You want to take the time to think about the decisions that you make, because they're important decisions, and they'll probably be in response to the challenges that you'll be facing this year as well. So just don't rush in too hastily. A lot of this reading tells me that there's going to be important decisions that you have to make, and for you to ponder on those decisions very, very hard. So that is my reading for you, Leon. Alright, so next up we have Kanazuki. Kanazuki is up next. So let me just see. Honestly, great read. Thanks. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad it helped. 076. Let me see. I know you have a Twitter. Let me find it. There it is. And let me just save this image. Levin time. There we go. Oh, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Why does everyone have different size images? There we go. And Kanazuki gets bumped up to the top of the list. And there we go. But before we do that, I am going to take another short break. I will be right back. One moment, everyone. Alright, my apologies everyone, actually. It turns out I do need to cancel this, or do need to wrap this up. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more readings to go through though. So tomorrow I'm going to do this probably around the same time, probably around 2 p.m. EST. And we'll finish up the readings then. I do have to cut this now. It has been almost 5 hours. But I do appreciate everyone for hanging around for so long. I'll finish up the rest of this tomorrow though. I apologize because I put Kanazuki up here, but I do have to cancel, or I have to end this for now. But I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you guys enjoyed the new year, and we'll get the rest of these readings out of the way tomorrow. So let's go and find someone to raid. Let's see who's online, who we can read the cards for. Let's see. Let's go and raid. Let's raid. I'm gonna go and raid Woozle, who is doing readings, but not tarot readings. It looks like he's reading Winnie the Pooh. So, if you'll join me. Woozle. Yes, it's ending for now, but we will get started. So Kanazuki, I wasn't able to do your reading. We'll be doing your reading tomorrow, first thing. Are you gonna get a Camille Girl? We'll find out tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry about that. Something came up, and I will end the stream now because it has been 5 hours. But thank you guys for sticking around. I really appreciate it. And we'll get started up tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. Same time as today. So for now, class will be dismissed. Thank you everyone for sticking around, and we'll see each other tomorrow.